Can you believe this? Maximum number of speeches in 24 hours. He's been a delegate at 33 country international summit at Bangladesh, a delegate at 23 country summit in Sri Lanka, keynote speaker in WTIS University, South Africa. There are many more. If I just keep reading, then I think I might take his time for speaking. Sir, may I now request you to kindly take.
So thank you so much. You're very kind. Before I would start, I would speak for 30 seconds for Daya sir. Daya sir, I think I read this beautiful book. This book is called as The Autobiography of a Yogi. And there was that part of it which said that the guru would find the disciple when the disciple is ready. And I think everything I have done in my life was done so that Daya sir could ki nazar mere pe pad jaye, so that you could just see me once. And all the hardships or everything that I've gone through, I think it has culminated, it has given me the result, because I have got under the guidance of Daya sir. Absolute, I think he's one of those persons who would be always free of inhibitions and would let you do what you're capable of. So I'm so thankful that I got in touch with Daya sir, and I'm so thankful to Daya sir that he got me in touch with Ashminder sir. Ashminder sir has got a lot of improvements in me. Thank you so much, Ashminder sir. And it is a great honor that I am here amongst all of us. But between two of my gurus, Daya sir and Ashminder sir, thank you so much, sir, for guiding me. Thank you so much, sir. And if you would allow, Daya sir, Ashminder sir, I would start with the session.
Yeah, please start. And you're a co-host, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope you all would be able to see the screen. I hope you all can see this. Also, turn on the chat. Right. Okay. So I truly want this session to be an interactive session. Wherever you feel like contributing through your messages, please contribute. And wherever you wish to contribute through your speech, please raise your hand. I would love to listen to your opinions. I do not want it to be a monologue. I want it to be a dialogue with all of you. I went through the answers that you people had sent over the Google Classroom, and I must say I'm one kind of a person who would discuss my work over the dining table, and I could not hold myself back and say that some of the assignments were absolutely impeccable. They were worth making a note, and I always say it at my house that it was worth even framing it and keeping them. Some of the answers were absolutely impeccable. It showed that you people had taken a lot of interest, though there were some improvements that were sought in the assignments we are going to discuss as we would move across the class today. And there were still some assignments which are pending, but nevertheless, we will look at the brighter side. And the brighter side is that most of you were able to submit in your assignments. We'll talk about your assignments when we reach the email part and the meeting part. The session today, we're going to divide it into 4 parts. In the first part, I'll be talking about the written communication part, what the session is all about today. And after we'll be done with the written communication, we'll move on to letter, graduate to letter, from letter then to emails. And then the last 2 parts would be about note making and the minutes part. I would put in every effort that is possible so as to make this session an interesting one. I would request you to have your notepad, pen, copy, whatsoever you have in front of you, so that you can make a note of things. And at the end, in case there's a disagreement, I would love to discuss with you. In case there is something that you can do to add to the value of the entire classroom and to me also, please do so. So with everybody's permission, I am going to start the session. And there are some of the students, I might take this leverage to use the word student, who haven't turned on their cameras, but this is the way it is always going to be. I was in a talk with one of the faculties from the IIM the other day, and I said, what is the biggest challenge that you have been facing after the COVID has struck? She said, I don't know who am I teaching. Am I teaching the screen? Am I teaching myself? Am I teaching the students? I really don't know. But thank you so much. There have been some of you who have actually turned on their cameras. So I would just share a couple of slides to show you who I am, what I've done. Though Ashminder sir was very kind to give a brief introduction of mine. I happen to be a teacher. I would want to keep it very simple. And a teacher who has been lucky enough so as to travel across the world and speak upon his topics of interest. Was invited there in Bangladesh. What you see, the image on the left-hand side, shaking hands with the Commissioner of the Police. I was lucky enough to be the state guest, and they had provided us with the security out there. So it was my moral responsibility to thank them. Somewhere in the middle that you see the blue background, it was, I think, one of the best events I had been to and I spoke at. It was the World Economic Forum at Geneva, Switzerland. The image at the right hand side, the man whom you see in the center is Professor Klaus Schwab. So the man who came up with the concept of the fourth industrial revolution, fourth IR. So I had the good opportunity to spend time with him, where I was speaking upon how could we ensure that the youth today is ready with the market ready skills. This is all the travel and stuff I've done in my life. I was lucky enough to be invited to speak at the TEDx platform, not once, but again twice. I say lucky because I believe that I'm a person who's lucky, and everything that has happened to me has happened because of my good luck. Again, I have been speaking on a lot many genres. I've not limited myself to communication. I speak a lot around the concept of entrepreneurship, startups and stuff. A lot of media coverage has happened. But that is not about me. The session is about you people today. So I'm going to skip that part and I'm going to move ahead. I personally believe that everything that happens around us in our lives, in our cultures, is because of a reason. If you're the kind of a person who would actually try to find out the reasons behind things, you would be always posed with an answer. The problem is that we do not actually want to ask questions, because asking questions is not a comfortable thing to do, because every time you ask a question, you have the moral responsibility to look out for the answer. I remember I know there's a lot of population in the class which uses English as the primary language, but I'm going to use this small muhavara in Hindi. I remember my class 10th pre-board results had come and my father said, Pratik, I'm truly ashamed by your result. And he should have been ashamed because it was really bad. It was really poor. And my father said, Pratik, you know what? Tumko chullu bhar pani mein doob ke mar jana chahiye. And I was like, I appreciate your thought. I never said it to him. But I asked him, Dad, can you please tell me what is chullu bhar? Because I don't know what chullu bhar is. And he said, chullu bhar is like pani aise lo aur usme mar jao. And I said, ठीक है मैं पानी ऐसे तो ले लूंगा, लेकिन उसमें मरूंगा कैसे? How would I die in it? And my father could not control. He laughed back at me and he said, what kind of a man you are here? And I think that was the very first time I saw that dimension of mine that always wanted to look out for answers. The inquisitiveness in you is always going to help you ask questions, and every question that is going to get answered by you is going to help you evolve. Evolution, I think evolution is one of the most important things that has happened. Even if you look into the human mankind, the way we have evolved. There's a wonderful book. I'll talk a lot about books. It's not a book review session, but there's a wonderful book and I would want you to note down the names also. This book is called as Sapiens. This book has been written by this great professor from the Israel University. His name is Yuval Noah Harari. He's written, I think his fourth book is just out, but the kind of insight that he gives you is phenomenal. And what you would love more is that every year before the COVID happened, he used to come down to India. He used to go in for Vipassana for a month. And during that Vipassana, he used to come up with the ideas that he should include in his upcoming book. So in case you read that book, it is going to give you a lot of answers of how the human being has evolved. So I'll start with that. If you look at these two images in front of you, one on the left and one on the right, some people say this image on the left is a photoshopped image. It is not a real image. I asked them why. He said this man is going to get married. Why is he very laughing? I don't know why. Why do people have a thought of that kind? But has it ever occurred to you that so much of technological improvement has happened over the years, but even today, when a groom is to get married, he's asked to, in many cases, forcibly asked to ride a horse, a mare in that case, and travel on that horse, commute on that horse or mare. Why is it so? Or so much of technological, so much of scientific upgradation has happened. Even today, when our friends who keep in the holy month of Ramzan or the month of Ramadan have their fasts, they break their fasts with date. Why is it so? Because everything that is happening around us is happening around us. If we don't ask questions, we never get answers. But the moment we get answers, it hits us like a brick. This I got the answer to this when I was speaking to one of the editors at Dainik Bhaskar. He gave me the reason behind this, and he said, you know why people are asked to go around on a ghodi just before their marriage is because the ghodi is the only primitive available elevated platform that could be used to commute. And I asked him, okay, that's okay, but why do we need an elevated platform? He said, you need an elevated platform because you want everybody in your community to see with whom your daughter is going to get married to. Because the moment people would get to see with whom your daughter is going to get married to, in case they have got some inhibitions, they would come down and speak to you. And for that to happen, that person has to be on an elevated platform. And the elevated platform, the most commonly available elevated platform was this mayor. And again, what you see on the right, the date, jo khajur jisko bolte hain. Why do people have the date? Why do people have khajur? Today we have got the Gatorade. We've got tons of things that people can have. But this small fruit, this date, can give you a sudden rush of energy, which is needed because you have been fasting all throughout the day. So during this course of class, we are going to understand the reasons why written communication is still important. Because I'll request people to be on mute. Because because when I teach, the students come down and ask me, and they ask me, Pratik, why is it that even today we are being taught written communication when everything has evolved so much? There has been so much of evolution. And in case anybody of you, and I really appreciate the way Institute has remodeled its course curriculum, right at the entry level of the CA Foundation course, the Institute has introduced this subject altogether, which teaches students how to write business correspondence. They want students to learn how to write, because it has occurred over the years where it might have happened with you also, in your office, any of your junior, or for that matter, a colleague of yours, or for that matter, when you would have to send a message to your senior, you would forget to wish that person before actually initiating the communication. I would receive a WhatsApp, sir, and at times not even a sir, no salutation, no good morning, no good afternoon, no good evening, no saying, sir, I hope I'm not disturbing you. But people would just barge in. They would barge into the messages, and they would go like a Gatling. They'll go like a machine gun. They'll start to throw in messages, cut. And we cannot blame them. We cannot blame them. Why? Because we have failed at the elementary part. We have failed at the elementary level. I remember when my grandfather, again, he was in the armed forces. My father was in the armed forces. My grandfather used to write down letters, and at times he used to ask us on Sundays to write letters to the family members. And we used to feel like, why do you want us to write letters? And he said, you know what, letter is the best form to express your emotions. And I never agreed to it when I was a kid. But today, when I've grown up into a man, I tend to write letters to my mother. I tend to write letters to my father. I tend to write letters to my wife at times, because letters are a beautiful way of expressing what cannot be expressed at time with words. So the question is, why do we still have to go in for written form of communication? These are some images that you would see in front of you. Some of them would make you nostalgic. The image on the extreme left-hand side is the Roman Colosseum. And the beauty of this Roman Colosseum is that this Roman Colosseum was the first time that anything was built so as to bring the community together and get entertained commonly, a common form of entertainment. And the most beautiful part of that Colosseum was, that can even be seen today in the modern cinema halls, was that it did not have columns. There were no columns. So because when you have columns in between, it actually restricts your view. And if your view is restricted, how would you see, how would you enjoy? So that was the Roman Colosseum. And after the Roman Colosseum happened, it became irrelevant also, because today nobody goes to the Colosseum. The Madaris came in, and I remember when we used to come down for a Garmi ki chutti, summer vacations to Bhopal, there was this particular area where we used to go to buy sweets, and there used to be this Madari who used to have these Madari shows, and my father used to say, Pratik, apne pocket bacha ke rakhna, so that nobody picks your pocket. And it has been years I haven't seen a Madari. You would say it is because of the PETA and the other stuff. The circuses have moved out. It is because of the PETA and the other stuff. I agree partly with the PETA stuff, but the major reasons is also because there has been a lot of evolution when it comes down to entertainment. Forget all these things. Forget all these things. I had the good opportunity of speaking with the head of Microsoft India, and he said, Pratik, you know what? There's this one thing that is happening in India, which has not happened in any other country. And I asked him what. He said, sir, he said, Pratik, India is, I think, the only country where the country is transitioning from 2G to 4G. There has been no 3G in this country. There was 2G and then there came 4G. Before people could get their hands on 3G, 4G came into the market. And now the 5G revolution is about to happen. And he said, you know what? There are still some villages in our country where there is no dish, there is no Tata Sky. And these people will also never get business there. I'm not a business expert when it comes down to entertainment, but I really appreciated his views. That is why I'm sharing it with you. He said there won't be any business for these companies in the coming years. And I asked him why. He said, because the people out there have understood that the entertainment lies in the touch of the hands. They use their mobile phones, they use their selfie sticks, they convert their mobile phones using selfie sticks into portable TVs, and they watch the television that they want to. And guess what? They don't have to pay a large sum of money. They don't have to pay a princely amount of money. That is what has evolution has done to a particular industry. Netflix, OTT, Amazon. I think these are the reasons why we have stopped actually watching television. Why? Because I remember when Kaun Banega Crorepati actually came in for the first time. I don't know how many of you would remember, but I'm sure most of you would remember. When Kaun Banega Crorepati actually came out for the first time, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whatever time it used to air, there used to be absolute sonata on the streets. There used to be nobody on the streets. Why? Because that television show had the power of holding down people into the houses. Nobody wants to be held down. Nobody wants to be held down. Everybody wants that there should be a lot of freedom involved in everything they use. Similarly, it has happened in the form of communication also. Everybody remembers earlier we used to write chitti, and the chitti used to reach the right place in 7, 8, 10 days. My father was in the army, like I told you, and my father was in one of the prominent operations. And I'm lucky that I'm a son to my father. He was there in Sri Lanka, 1987, Operation Pavan for some time. And my mother had just conceived. My father used to write letters from Sri Lanka down to India, in the central part of India, Indore. My mother used to receive the letters. Look at the plight of my mother. I want you to understand the plight of a lady whose husband is serving out there, and in a very inhospitable condition. Though my father has always been proud of what he has done, and I'm also very proud of my father. Uh, my father used to write down a letter that, don't worry, I'm safe here, things are okay here. And my mother used to wait for days and days together. She used to sit in the veranda and she used to note the time when the postman would come. And she used to wait for the postman to come. When he used to come, she used to run down and she used to get the letter. And she used to read it. She used to feel so much relieved. And the next moment on the radio, there used to be news, and it used to say that there has been X number of casualties in Sri Lanka. Now, the letter which had been just received by my mother was a letter that was posted 3 or 4 days back. And the news which was being aired on the radio then was that very moment. Just understand the plight of a lady. That was letter. It just takes so much of time to travel, and then came the telegram, and telegram was also restrictive in nature. And see today what communication, what kind of evolution has happened to communication. WhatsApp, telegram, you send a message, you understand whether it has been delivered or not. Single tick undelivered, double tick delivered, the other person has read it or not. Blue tick means the person has read it. The other person is still online, you understand the person is online. The other person is typing, you understand the other person is typing. This is the kind of evolution that has happened in written communication. Now the question is, Pratik, if so much has changed in terms of written communication, why is it that we are holding ourselves back? Is it that the written communication, the letters are still relevant? Undoubtedly, they are always going to be relevant, because in case they would not have been relevant, the best of the best companies, if you look at the credit card market today in our country, I talk about India in particular. If you look at the credit card market, there are some credit cards which are offered to you free of cost. They might charge you an interest over the delayed payments. And there are some credit cards that would charge you a very meager amount, 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees a year. But there is this company, American Express, which charges you a bomb when it comes down to charge you. And with that bomb of a charge, where they charge you around 70, 80,000 rupees an annum for a credit card, they ensure that they give you the best of the services. When you say the best of the services, when you called the customer care, they are impeccable, they're next level, they would make you feel that they absolutely care for you. But I'm not here to talk about oral communication. This company, this particular company, American Express, ensures that these people write down letters to you on every major occasion. In case you are a prized customer of theirs, they would write a letter down to you. We'll talk about why are actually letters written. I remember, like I just shared with you, my father has been into the armed forces. Every time a new officer would be inducted into my father's unit, that particular officer, and it is not with me, it is, I'm sure it is with Ashwinder sir, and every other officer who has served in the armed forces, every other person who would join their unit, the new officer, incoming officer, would write a handwritten letter to the officer who has moved out of that unit, who has retired out of that unit, and would say that I would do everything to upkeep and uphold the Izzat Shan, Namak Nishan of this particular unit. And it gives me goosebumps. It gives me goosebumps because today, to 2021, you have got printers. You can buy a printer for 2,500 rupees. And you can print a page for less than 19 paisa, 19 paisa. 19 paisa. Sakshi Soni is saying letting the app use you instead of using the app. Correct. We'll talk more about it. You should watch this documentary on Netflix, social network. Not the Facebook one, but the other social network. It's going to open your eyes. It will tell you how Instagram uses you. You never use the Instagram. In case social dilemma. In case there's a quote. I'm sorry, I've got deviated because of the comment I've read. In case the product is free, then you are the product. That is what that documentary taught me. So Google is free. Google is not the product. You are the product. Google uses you. Nevertheless, every time a new officer would get inducted into his unit or any of the units of an army officer, of a Fauji, that person would write a letter. Why? Because letters, written communication does something which cannot be done by others. And I know at times it is not possible to write letters. I know at times it is possible just to write an email. And I know at times it is just possible to write a message. And at times it is not possible to write a long message, just possible to write a short message. But we'll talk as much as we can on this particular topic. But the question is, Prateek, if so much has evolved, if so much of evolution has come in, then why are we still stuck on to the old form of writing? And to understand that, I would want each one of you to know how our actually brain works. So I would actually want you to write down some of these terms. I've written in front of you CDOS, CDOSE. Some of these terms won't be of any use to you, and we're not going to talk about it because of the time constraint. But there are three things that we would want to talk about. DOS. And D stands for dopamine. DOPAMINE, dopamine. And many of you would have heard of dopamine when you would have said that player has gone through the dope test, that athlete has gone through the dope test. So that is dopamine. The other one is O. O is happiness hormone, correct, man. O is oxytocin, and S is serotonin. So we're going to talk about these three things, and then we're going to move on to the next part. So anytime when you would have ordered something from Amazon, anytime when you have ordered something from Amazon, at least it happens with me, and I'm sure it would happen with most of you, that the moment the package arrives at your place, forget you're a 50-year-old man, forget you're the CFO of a company, something inside you happens. Something, some jumping, some giggling, my saman has come, I want to open it, and you go down, and when you open it, oh my God, it gives you such a pleasure. It happens with me, and it happens almost with everybody. It gives you so much of pleasure, oh my God, when you open it. So when you open it, the pleasure that you actually derive is because of that dopamine. Rishabh is saying every time I order a book. Yes, it happens with me also. Every time I order a book, the moment I get my hands on the book, I feel so good about it. I feel so good about it because my body starts to release this thing that is called as dopamine. Now, thing is, what is dopamine? Dopamine is the happiness. I'll not say the happiness hormone, but it is the addiction hormone. It makes you addict to things. It makes you feel addicted to things. But how do we release Dopamine. See, you cannot release dopamine. Either you have to take drugs to release all these things, or there have to be some events in your life that would help you release these things, dopamine. Every time you're going to accomplish something in your life, dopamine is going to get released in your body. So if I ask you to write down notes कि आज आपको क्या क्या करना है, I want you to prepare a to-do list, and at the end of the day we are going to cut the to-do list. Every time you would cut it, you would feel, oh my God, I'm feeling so good. प्रतीक पता नहीं क्या हो गया मेरे को, पता नहीं क्या हो गया मेरे को, is like your body has started to give out dopamine. Every time you have got something tangible in your hand, every time you've got something tangible in your hand, you are going to feel that dopamine rush. Just ask yourself the last time you went to an Apple showroom or any of these showrooms where you could buy a software. I specifically talk about Apple showroom because when you go to the Apple showroom, they sell you Microsoft products, Microsoft Office, and they sell you a Microsoft Office product in a baksa, in a box. So you pay them 7,000, 8,000 rupees, they give you a baksa, and you open the baksa and you find there is nothing inside. There's no physical thing inside. There is a paper and you have to scratch that paper and gives you a code. You have to go onto the website, you have to enter the code, and your laptop, your MacBook automatically downloads it from that place. But why did they actually have to, forgive me for that, but why did they actually have to fool you so as to have that baksa? Why? Because brain wants something tangible. You want something tangible. Why is it that even today, the people who have got a little bit orthodox approach, they say cash hai nahi hai haath mein. Why? Because cash has got a physical presence, and physical presence gives you a surge of dopamine. Every time you receive a letter, it has got a physical presence, and that physical presence, when you would hold it, when you would open it, it would give you a surge of dopamine. Many of you would actually belong to the era when writing letters was common, and I'm sure you would have kept those letters absolutely safe in between a book or in your drawers, and every time you would read it, you would get emotional, you would get nostalgic. That is what physical letters can do to you. That is dopamine. We'll not talk more about dopamine. And then it is the serotonin. Serotonin is really interesting. We want people to appreciate us. I'm sure you would have been to the McDonald's, and McDonald's, you would see employee of the month and 3 stars are put out there. And if you go to the airport, and they would say CISF employee of the month, and there would be a photo of that person out there. Whenever you get recognition in your life, whenever you are set apart from others in your life, whenever your boss says, see, XYZ has done such a good job. See, Rishabh has done such a good job. See, Mr. Chandrasekhar has done such a good job. And they set you apart. The moment they set you apart, something happens to you. And what happens to you is your body starts to produce serotonin. And that serotonin makes you feel, oh, I'm on the top of the world. Why? Because I'm different from others. I'm separate from others. When you write a letter to someone, when you write an email to someone, I remember I had gone to this hotel, Taj Mahal Palace, and there was this very smart lady. I'll never forget her name. Her name was Patty, and she was playing on the piano, and she was phenomenal on the piano. I thought that somebody is playing out of speakers, but when I realized that this is actually somebody who is playing, I went out to her and I said, I've never heard somebody play piano so beautifully. And she said, oh my God, it's 8 o'clock. I have to close. I cannot play anymore. But can you come down tomorrow? I said, I cannot come down tomorrow. She said, all right, wait for 5 minutes. I'll play a couple of songs for you. What song do you like the most? I said, I like Hotel California, Eagles. She started to play it. And when I was done with that, she said, in case you like my work, please send an appreciation. And how did I send an appreciation? I sent her an appreciation through an email, which is written to the general manager of the Taj Hotels. So when she would have received that appreciation through the general manager of Taj, that there was a customer who came down and appreciated your work, what do you think would have happened to her? It would have actually given her a serotonin rush. Why? Because she was separated from others. But when it comes down to communication, when there are 50 people out there and one person receives a letter of recommendation, when one person receives a letter, when one person receives a pat on the back in the form of a communication, what happens is that the serotonin rush happens. You people are actually leaders. Some of you might be absolutely young. You might be new to the profession. You're going to go to the level when you're going to become leaders. You become leader when you pat the back of others through this. And next is oxytocin. Oxytocin is phenomenal. Oxytocin is phenomenal. We spoke about dopamine, we spoke about serotonin, and now we speak about oxytocin. Oxytocin is the love hormone. When I shake hands with you, you feel that you and I are one. When somebody gives you a hug, you feel like you and I are one. It has happened to you when you go back to your home after years and you see a relative of yours, let's say your mother, let's say your brother, let's say a friend of yours, long lost friend. What do? Dur say, oh, hi, how are you? ठीक है, all good. No, you go down and hug them. You hug them because when you hug them, your body starts to produce oxytocin. Now, that oxytocin, we'll talk about that oxytocin. Oxytocin is also the trust hormone. Oxytocin is also the trust hormone. So as to build trust, you would have to show to the other person that you have done something, you have gone the extra mile for that person. You have gone the extra mile for that person. You all know that we receive hundreds and thousands of emails in our inbox and they go unread. They go unread. Why? Because you know the other person is trying to sell something. But instead of that email, if that company sends you a letter, you would be obliged to read it. And just assume it has got your name on the top. Mr. Mathur. Mr. Mathur. Oh, it's for me. Personal touch. It's for me. Mere liye. This is not a template. This is not a common thing. This is not a template. This is for me. Hey, Mr. Prateek, this is for me. This is for me. मेरे लिए मैंने तेरे लिए हलवा बनाया है. माँ बोलती है ना, तो मैंने तेरे लिए हलवा बनाया है. सबके लिए नहीं बनाया, तेरे लिए बनाया. मैंने तेरे लिए लेटर लिखा. I've written a letter for you, just for you. So the fact that something has been done just for you gives you an oxytocin surge. So one thing cannot be, you say, Prateek, the fastest thing is coming around. Let's say you tell me Elon Musk is now doing something on communication. He has gone with a boring company. He has gone with Tesla. Now he's coming with communication. He's going to redefine communication. Even if communication is absolutely redefined, nobody can take it away from written communication that it has something special in it. It has got something special contained in it. It is there in it. You would read an old letter and you would start to cry. You would have tears in your eyes. That is what written communication can do. Now, that was all the gyan around written communication. Now, what are the challenges when you go for written? Written communication means you want to write a message, you want to write a WhatsApp, you want to write a Telegram message, you want to write an email, you want to write a letter. There is one thing that is going to happen commonly with all of these things. Now, if I would want to request you, just go back in the past, or it might be very, very near past, that you would have trained somebody to drive a car. And let's say you're a pro driver. You're the Vettel. You're the Narayan Karthikeyan of driving. Like you can drive with one hand. And your wife, your sister, your younger brother, your son says, "Meko driving sikhao na, please. I want to drive." And you say, "Yeah, main sikha dunga. Driving is very easy. Driving is very easy." And you say, "Very easy, very easy." And you say, "हाँ इधर बैठो, गाड़ी पे बैठो, and you start करो, और अभी first gear लगाना." And first gear लगा के जैसे the person hits on the accelerator, the car stops, cut, stops. And what do you say? क्या कर रहा है यार? What are you doing यार? It is so easy. Nah, let me tell you. Then the child, the student again tries and now has started to move in. Now he's not able to understand this for the second gear. He says, "Gadi is telling you, yaar, going for the second gear." You think, yaar, driving is so easy, yaar. Why is it that my son, why is that my wife, why is that my sister is not able to get this, yaar? Dumb people, yaar, dumb. I am blessed. People think so. I'm not saying that you think so, but people think so. It has happened with me. My wife would be trying to say, "Yaar, Manpreet, this is not the way, yaar. Ye galat hai. Aisa nahi hota." I forget how I used to drive. But why do we operate in this manner? We operate in this manner because we already know how to drive. Now, most of you are chartered accountants out here. Somebody would come down and ask you, "Is it easy to do CA?" You would say, "It's easy. It's easy. It's easy." And you know that it's not very easy. You know it requires a lot of efforts. But in retrospect, it is very difficult to quantify the efforts. I know that you people would have given up Diwali, Holi, going into marriages, but that is past, yesteryears. Now you think nahi aaram se ho jayega yaar. Similarly is with communication. When I ask you to communicate something to the other person and you communicate and the other person does not understand, you say, "Kaisa aadmi samajh kyun nahi raha? Why is the other person not understanding yaar? मैं तो यार इतना अच्छे समझा रहा हूँ." The problem is whenever you are transmitting a message, whenever you're transferring a message from your mind to the other mind, prospective mind, the message is already there in your mind, sir. You already know what is to be communicated. The other person has got no idea of what is to be communicated. And because the other person has got no idea of what is to be communicated, it is always going to be difficult for the other person to get hold of what you actually want to communicate. So there was this case study that was done in one of the American universities. And what they did, they divided the class into two parts. And the first part had to play the music of a song that was in their mind, not on a synthesizer, not on a band, but on a table. You get that? On a table. They had to tap on the table. And they had to tap on the table what song was there in their mind. Before the other person could guess what song was being played, they had to write down on the piece of paper what percentage out of the 10 people, how many people would be able to guess the song correctly. You get the entire activity. 10 people, 5 and 5 divided. First 5 people have to tap on the table and they have to play a music theme sort of a song, of a common song. And before they tap, they have to write down what is the probability that these 5 people would be able to guess it. Shocking thing was that people thought that 80 or 90% of the people would be able to guess it. That is, out of 5 people, 4 लोग को तो पता चल ही जाएगा कौन सा गाना है. People would know what song I'm about to play. But what happened in actuality was, at time nobody was able to decipher what song is being played. And why was that? Because the person was playing the song, sir, they knew what song was being played and they thought it was बहुत आसान है यार, तो बहुत easy है यार. And the other person who was in receipt of the message, the other person who had to break down the message, the other person who had to understand the message said, पता नहीं क्या बजा रहा है, समझ भी नहीं आ रहा मेरे को यार. So next time you write a message and you think यार ये तो सामने वाला समझ ही जाएगा, please understand, आपको ऐसा इसलिए लगता है, you think that the सामने वाला समझ जाएगा, you think that the other person will understand, is because the message is crystal clear to you. Sir, your responsibility is that the message should be crystal clear to the other person also. The great teacher is one who can explain the concepts to others. Albert Einstein once said that in case you cannot explain a concept to a 6-year-old child, you do not know the concept. So it has to be very clear to the other person also. It is not clear to the other person, it makes no sense, it makes no value. Right, sir? Next. Now, fake versus real. You see a message. And you see a message and you have to find out whether this, I'll not say this message is fake or real, but you have to find out whether the person who is sending the message is actually serious about sending the message or not. How much involved the other person is. Kitna man laga hua uska is message ko bhejne mein. Now, how would you find out whether the other person is actually involved mentally, pure tarike se sent person in sending that message? See, one of those ways is to look at the grammar that these people have used. Look at the quality of the sentences that these people have used. Now, with all due regard and respect, when I was going through the assignments, there were some assignments which had, forget grammatical mistakes, but these assignments had spelling mistakes. Spelling mistakes means कि यार मैं भेजता हूँ यार, अभी भेजने दो यार, अभी please यार, let me send it यार. हाँ, the other thing can be, it can be a typo also, that you typed in and you could not just get the hold of it. But there are two chances. I go in for the second one, that was a typo. But at times when we send a message, we don't go back to the message, we don't read it again, and we don't read it again, we send the message to the other person, and when the other person is in receipt of the message, it has got basic mistakes. The other person assumes that this person might not be very serious about this. Now look at these brands. Now, you don't need me to tell you that all these brands are absolutely fake. There is nothing like legs in the market. There's Lays in the market. What tells you that it is fake? Did you get to eat it? No, Pratik, I saw it. I understood that it is fake. Now, the beauty, I think the funniest one was, please don't do it at your place when your wife tells you to get you an Olay cream and you get you an OK cream. I think that is going to be the biggest disaster that can occur. And what happens after that is going to be the similar thing that has happened with the Puma tiger on the right hand side. You might find yourself in a similar shape, similar space. Coma, legs, okay, Billuri, Pasunik, and all these things, all they tell you that the other company is not serious. Yeah, the person is not serious. Now I received this message. I happen to be a professor. I received this message. Read this message, please. Now this message was sent to me by one of the parent. these are intentionally spelled wrong, but this message is not intentionally written this way. So this message was sent to me by one of the parents, and they said that, sir, my son has sent me this message, that you have sent this message to him, and I just wanted to reconfirm it with you, that in case it is correct, I will deposit the XYZ amount of fee that my son has asked me for this particular program. I said, sir, this is absolutely fake. Why did you not understand this is fake? He said, no, sir, I could not understand this. But you people, while you will read it, you would understand it is absolutely fake. What makes you think that this is fake? What makes you think that the person who has written it is not serious about it? The thing, Sushil ji is saying that WhatsApp messaging has spoiled many of us. The language used is wrong. The language used is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. There are grave grammatical and spelling mistakes. Now, one of the attendee, very kind, when I dropped in messages, some of you were very kind. They dropped me a message again on the assignment. So we had a small conversation sort of. So one of the attendees, I just dropped in a message that I think there are some grammatical mistakes, and the attendee said that he or she oblique whosoever it was, उन्होंने कोशिश करी थी, they tried to do a spell check, and the spell check given that everything was correct. I understand. There is a limitation when it comes down to spell check. Now, at this particular moment, I would want you to make note of an application that can be used by you people while you are writing an electronic message. I'm not talking about writing a physical message. I'm not talking about writing a letter. So this application that is called as Grammarly, Grammarly. It is very commonly available, Grammarly. Now, Grammarly has got two of its versions. One is a paid version, one is a free version. And like most of you have guessed it, I use a free version. I don't use a paid version. When I think I was there in Bangladesh, the good thing about Sikhs, the Sikh community, is that you find Sikh people everywhere. I was there in Bangladesh, I found Sikh people out there. When I was in Switzerland, I found Sikh people out there. I was there in Nepal, I found Sikh people. I found Sikh people everywhere. I was in Singapore, I found Sikh people out there. So there was this guy, this American guy, he said, where are you from? I said, I'm from India. He said, you're from India? I said, I'm from India. India, the land of Jugaad? And I was like, land of what? He said, Jugaad. I said, what is this guy saying? He said, Jugaad. I said, yes, Jugaad, frugal innovation, Jugaad. There's this book that has been written by a Harvard professor, Jugaad. And this guy then joined Upgrad as one of the consultants. Jugaad. So we would use our Jugaad. Some people are against Jugaad, but I have got nothing against the word Jugaad. It's absolutely okay. There's a book written on it. It's an international bestseller. So that book has got a wonderful chapter in it. It says that India is the only country where horn, गाड़ी का horn, is used to indicate कि मैं तुम्हारे घर के नीचे आ गया हूँ. I'm standing right beneath your place. So come down. 2 horns means जल्दी आ जा, come fast. So it is the only country where horn is used for such purpose. You go to Bhutan, Bhutan has got no horns. When I had told my friend that in Bhutan, these people don't use horns, so they said, "यार बताते कैसे होंगे घर के नीचे आ गए फिर?" I said, "Yeah, that's a very big challenge. Yeah, that's a very big challenge. I don't know कैसे पता चलता होगा लोगों को." Rishabh is saying it's the Morse code, the evolved form of Morse code. Correct. All right. So what I'll do is I'll help you with how to use Grammarly. What you can do is you can download Grammarly and you can use it. You can save it as an extension into Google Chrome, and also you can download the application. The application downloading is free. It has got some 7 or 8 features. 2 of the features can be used absolutely free of cost. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share an article with you people. And that would be having mistakes in it, right? You have to just look at it and you have to find out, are there mistakes in it or not? We'll do a quick thing, right? Because there's so much to cover. I don't want to miss upon things. Just give me a moment. All right. Just go through this. Small article, very small. Just go through it and try and find out in case there are mistakes in it. And I would really appreciate in case you could just Let me know the Pratik I've done. I found mistakes. Don't tell me the number of mistakes. Just go through them. See, every other application, be it Microsoft Word, be this Grammarly, or any other application out there, is going to use artificial intelligence so as to find out the mistakes. And AI is still in evolution. Nothing is perfect, but it would be near perfect. I'll give you 30 seconds more. Yes, Kamal ji, thank you so much. Sanjay ji, thank you so much. Right, Rishabh. I really appreciate your message. Now, see how much of efforts you would have been using. So now what I'll do is I'll share how Grammarly actually works. Right, I just wanted to give you a small, quick demo, nothing else. Even if you could read just a small part of it, that's fine. So I've opened the Grammarly application. It's a quick thing. You just have to go on to this new and paste. When you paste it, it asks you who is the audience. I say expert audience, and it asks me how formal it should be. I say it should be very formal, and everything apart beneath this domain and other things, it is under the paid version. And how much do they charge you? They charge you around 1,000 rupees a month. It's absolutely a personal choice. If you want to go for it, it's a personal choice if you want to use it or not. But it would do the job for you. So the moment you type it in, it tells you the mistakes out there. And I find it to be a bit more reliable than Microsoft. And the good thing is that you can also add the extension of Grammarly to your Microsoft Word. So you don't have to move between the apps. I don't use Microsoft Word. That is why I showed it to you. So everything that is wrong would be highlighted. Like, I hope you can see the screen. Yeah. So the moment you click on this, it would correct it. I have running out of ideas. I have run out of ideas. So the fact of the matter is that this entire message that has been shared with you is not foolproof. Even right now, even after I've corrected it using Grammarly, there would be a couple of mistakes, but the closest to the best is Grammarly out there. So they're doing a good job for themselves. You can download the free version of this particular application, and it actually makes life really simple. So Grammarly is the app. Grammarly. Grammarly. I hope you have been able to make a note of this. Can you move ahead? Just come into the chat and right, thank you, Rishabh. Grammarly has been spending a lot on advertisement, so anybody who is active on the social media and internet would get to know about it. Right, perfect. So I'll move ahead. We'll go again to my keynote. Right, perfect. And similar things happen. Like look at these. What happens when you're not very good with your punctuation? Look at the first sentence. Grandpa would be the scariest man on the earth when he reads it. Let's eat grandpa. So you don't want such things to happen. And it would, you won't do it on purpose, it would just happen. You would be oblivious, you would be indifferent, you wouldn't know what is happening. This is where an app like Grammarly would come down and help you. Grammarly also helps you with the punctuation part, that you have used the punctuation mark wrongly. It should not have been used that way. Look at this last one. I love baking my family and my friends. I am sure that the lady or the person who's cooking is cooking non-vegetarian food. So I love baking my family and my friends. So these are basic things. And at times people miss out upon this. Right, sir. I'm sure a lot of people would agree with the sentence on the second sentence on the right hand corner. A woman without her man is nothing. A woman without her man is nothing. So this is a very political statement. You don't learn anything from this class. Learn this thing. Learn this statement. Write down this statement. Your wife comes down and asks you, what have you learned today? You say, I've learned this. They would personally congratulate me. Prateek, you have done something good in your life, Prateek. I appreciate what Institute has done. Institute has done a wonderful job today. All right. So coming down to the next thing. See, whatever we are talking right now is pervasive. It is applicable to all the other forms of communication. Everything. You write letters, you write emails, you do everything. It is pervasive. Right, sir. Brevity. Now, people must take this thing very seriously, sir. There are two things. One is brevity, one is verbose. Brevity means to give a very big bang of the idea in a very small space, taking very less amount of time. That is brevity. Very small amount of data consumed and a lot of messages consumed. That is brevity. Verbose is you keep on speaking, and the person says, "Pata nahi bolna kya chahta hai, what is the other person actually up to?" For you to understand, I'll show you the shortest horror film in this world. So this is, I'm just going to play it. Watch this. This is a short thing. It's going to last only for a minute. In case you couldn't get it, I'll play it again. It is so small, we can play it again. Right? So see, when you talk about brevity means to convey the message in the, did the voice not play? I don't know, might have been some issue with Zoom. But the fact of the matter is that when you want to convey a message, it can be conveyed in a very short span also. If you compare the advertisements that used to run on the air earlier, advertisements used to be for 4 minutes. Now the advertisements are like 30 seconds. Tight safedi, chonk gaye. And that is what has happened to the ad world. Everything has changed. The communication has become so fast. But the problem is, like what Daya sir said while he was just moving out of the session, he said just adding 2 more words would not hurt. And people actually think that brevity gives them a leverage. Please note this thing down. Leaders, future leaders, please note this thing down. People think that brevity gives them the leverage to be rude. It is not like that, sir. Brevity never means that you can be rude. Brevity never gives you the leverage that you can be rude. So I have a very close friend of mine, and not name the company. So he works in London, and he said the CEO of the company, whenever he receives a complaint, what he does is he sends the message, he sends the email, he forwards the email, and just puts a question mark. He does not say that please go through this email and look into the matter and ensure that the problem is solved. He just puts a question mark. The busiest man on the earth has the time, sir, to write 2 sentences. The fact that you are using brevity so as to show to the world that you don't have time does not fit into that leadership quadrant of yours. You want to be loved by others. You respect other time. You respect others' time. I think I'm respecting others' time by giving leverage to brevity. But then, sir, please respect their emotions also. I'm not here to teach you that, but we understand that it is very important for us to take care of emotions. Don't use brevity as a shield so as to be rude with your employees. Now, I want you to read this and understand which one is more appropriate. One is going to be verbose, is going to use more words, one is going to use lesser words. But one of them is going to be appropriate, one of them is going to be inappropriate. Look at this one. I cannot send the information so soon. I cannot send the information so soon. Straightforward. I so much loved some of the emails that were written by you people. These emails, and I have to appreciate the CA fraternity for this, because it cannot be that everybody has got the same mindset. जो पैसा वसूली वाला email था, as simple as it can go, where you actually wanted to recover the account, you people were like pampering the other person. Yeah, I know it is difficult for you, it is difficult for everybody. Give me my money, paisa, give me the paisa back. But you pampered the other person. You were not like, give me my paisa back. I want my paisa back. No, no one was like that. No one was like that. The good thing was that you understood that relationships are more important than paisa. And paisa is also important. You asked for it. But you were not straightforward. You were not upfront. You were not rude. So almost everybody would think that B is better. But you know what? People know that B is better. People know that B is better. But how many times have we used B? Don't tell me I've used it. You keep it that I with you. But there have been times when we have used A. When we have used A. It does not go long way, sir. It does not go long way. There's some people who are stalwarts into their own field, but you know that it does not go long way. Look at the second one. Send the report by 5 p.m. The second one is, would request you to send the report by 5 p.m. I'll request. I'm the boss here. Boss never requests. No. I think you should read this book. Attitude is Everything. This is a wonderful book. It will give you the answer to that. First one, straightforward. Second one, more words. No. And you have to get work from that person, damn brother. Look at the third one. It is a bad decision. Bad. Very bad. I'm not sure if it's a good decision. B. People are saying, Pratik, I know every time B is correct. For the next wala also B is correct. You should have shuffled it. Such a lazy man you are, Pratik. So I'm so sorry. Apurv Ji is saying, sir, A is also not wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. But it is always about better thing. You come down to my place, I'll cook food for you. That food would not be wrong. You eat what my wife will cook for you. You will say that is better. So what my wife will cook would be better. What I'll cook, I don't know what you would categorize it as. Kind people categorize it as food. So A is not completely wrong. A is edible. No harm in being polite. Yeah. No harm in being polite. I think, with all due respect and regards, the CA fraternity is into it's a service. It's not a product. And whenever you have a service, I think it's always good in case you are kind with these people. I always say it to my clients and stuff, that in case you want to understand how important it is to be kind, go and stay in a 5-star hotel and pray to God that you are confronted by an employee who's absolutely battamiz. When you go to a 5-star hotel, you start to treat yourself like Indra. Arey, I want this, boss. And when the other person does not give it to you, you get angry. You get agitated. That person is also not. Give him a little bit of respect. Look at the fourth one. The deadline is impractical. Is there any way we can rework the deadline? Every time you use B, you move above the ladder of leadership quotient. As simple as it can get. You move ahead in the ladder of leadership quotient. So if it is possible, the quote is, if it is possible, be kind, and it is always possible, sir. It is always possible. Don't use brevity. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Don't use brevity to feed your inner self. In case you people have read psychology, Sigmund Freud is one of the best psychologists the world has ever seen. People use ego in a very wrong sense, but ego is a scientific thing. Do not use it to feed your ego. Don't get me wrong, but Sigmund Freud, if you go to the definition of Sigmund Freud, ego is not a bad thing. Ego is a part of you. Ego is a part of a persona. Ego is a part of a personality. We start to disrespect others because we think if I disrespect others, it gives you respect. No, it is never like that, sir. It is never like that. Right, sir. So now coming down to the email part, we're going to go for 10-15 minutes more. Then I'll give you a quick 5-minute water break, loo break, and then we'll come back. All right. So whenever you write an email, the first challenge is, how do I address the receiver? When I write the email, how do I address the receiver? See, these are the probable ways that you can address. The superlative degree of being wrong is C. You cannot get any more wrong than C. I think the whole credit of this goes to Abhishek Bachchan. Why does it go to Abhishek Bachchan? Because Abhishek Bachchan was hired by Idea, and in that advertisement, he started to, with again due respect to Mr. Bachchan, he started to baffle what an Idea Sir Ji. You cannot use sir and G together. Why? Hello, Kusumji. Because sir itself is a token of respect. Sir itself is a token of respect. The moment when you say respected sir, you add one more element of respect to something that is already there to respect the other person, right? So when you write, when you even speak on the stage, you don't say, I would now like to invite respected sir XYZ. No, sir means respect. Madam means respect. Dharmesh ji saying, sir, in fact, I sometimes choose C to address government officers. But I absolutely respect your judgment, Dharmesh ji. At times, what happens is we want to respect that position so much. होता है ना वो in the Hindu culture we say Shri Shri 1008. So there is 1008 times the Shri has been put because that is our respect that we want to put for the other person. There is nothing wrong in sentiments, nothing wrong in sentiments. But Sanjay ji is saying it's like sweet sugar. Sugar is always sweet, but sweet sugar, yes, very nice, very nicely put. And we should be like that. Like we are service providers, we have to be like that. We have to be like that. Vishnu ji saying the US culture they write hi, hello. It's absolutely okay, sir. It's absolutely okay. See, Indian culture is very different. Indian culture is very different. My mother's name is Sonu. My mother's name is Sonu. We have got some relatives in the US, and they called my mother, and they're bachas, yeah, they're bachas, they're kids like this. And they said, hi Sonu, how you doing, huh? And my mother, she had the shock of her life. Pratik, he took my name. I said, ठीक है यार, नाम ही तो लिया है यार. We as teachers, we as professors, we want the students should come down, touch our feet, Guru Namami and stuff. There's no Guru Namami out there. Pratik sir, respected Professor Pratik sir, and they're like, hey, Mr. Pratik, Mr. Pratik. Mr. is your both is the साथ में. That is cultural difference. You cannot talk about cultural difference. Cultural differences के बारे में Ashminder sir is the guru when it comes to cultural differences. He'll speak to you people about that. But yes, you have to understand that there would be cultural difference. मैं आपको आगे I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots. When I was working with American clients, they have a very different way of communicating. Though I don't have the entire chat communication available with me. So sir and madam, okay, good enough. Dear sir, dear madam. Dear sir, dear madam must be used when you have, when you know the person a little bit. You don't shoot the first mail and say, dear Pratik, because you have to earn that dearness. You just cannot go out and write dear. Because you write dear Rishabh, because I know Rishabh for quite a period of time, I just cannot go and write dear Ganesh Mathur, because I do not know Ganesh Mathur ji from a good period of time. I'll just say, sir, Ganesh sir, or for that matter, I'll not use the term dear. Pratik, D, Pratik, first name policy. Again, first name policy is, it in case of organization is up with the first name policy, it's okay. So there was a merger of two companies together. I'll not take the name of these two companies. These companies were merged, and their HR had called me and they said, Pratik, there is a very big issue. I said, what happened? He said, yeah, our company, in which the other company is merging, our company uses sir and madam, and the company with which we are getting merged uses first name policy. Now the problem is the company has decided to use first name policy. People will get a heart attack when there are people who have been working for 35 years in the organization, and somebody who is absolutely new walks into the office and says, hey Pratik, how are you doing, brother? The other person would have the shock of his life. They'll have to keep a trauma unit out there, that the person has gone into trauma, deep trauma. Mera naam liya wo, mera naam liya. But there are companies with which it is absolutely okay. Like Raj Shekhar ji is saying, dear Mr. Pratik. Is it fine? Yes, it is absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I have seen one small mistake being committed by people. They refer themselves as Mr. Don't refer yourselves as Mr. Hi, my name is Mr. Pratik. Don't do that. I have seen people doing that in communication. You are not Mr. Pratik, you're Pratik, right? So Dharmesh ji is saying I use either B. B is perfect, sir. And E is also very nice. E is also very nice. E is also very nice. Sir, madam, good enough. In case there is a formal relationship, in case in that formal relationship, in case I have been working closely with Ashminder sir for quite a period now. I've been working closely with Daya sir with quite a period now. I think I've gained that leverage. I can write dear Ashminder sir. Though he's very much senior to me, but I know the kind of a person he is. He won't take it otherwise. I can write dear Ashminder sir. So it should be either B or E. It depends. In case there's a first name policy, go in for Pratik. C is a absolute no. You never go in for C. And A is okay. A is absolutely okay. A is absolutely okay. Right? Vishnuji is saying B or E. Which one is better? Sir, it depends the kind of relationship. You are such a senior individual, you would say, Dear Pratik, I would be overwhelmed. I would be overwhelmed. And there is no reason that you should say Dear Sir to me, because you're much more senior to me. So in case we converse, it should be Dear Pratik. Right? Ritesh ji is saying, in case personal touch is missing, one is writing for the first time, then may he write after compliments in place of... We will talk about the personal touch, Ritesh ji. We'll talk about the personal touch. Just a moment, in a moment. But it's very nice. I really appreciate the thought that you're thinking about the personal touch. It's really inspiring. Where it is appropriate to use first name or surname. Surname is a little bit more formal, sir. First name is a little bit informal. How about hello Pratik? Again, it is going on to the area of informality. You have to find out jab aap mail likh, when you're writing the mail, what is the core of that mail? Is it super formal, or is it informal, or is it somewhere in between? What if we don't know the name of the person? Sir, like I'm writing a mail to Rishabh and I don't know Rishabh's name, I'll write, sir. At times we write to whomsoever it may concern, but you have the email ID of a person, तो आपको नाम भी पता होगा, नहीं पता then you write sir / madam. Right? Can we write dear Mr.? Absolutely, you can write sir. Chandrasekhar, you can absolutely write. I really love your name, sir. Your name has got a lot of power in it, Chandrasekhar. A lot of power in it. Right, okay. So this is the subject wala part. We'll complete the next slide and then we'll go for a quick break. So whenever you write the subject, sir, I really want you to see the image on the first left-hand side corner. As the number of words increase, the probability of the fact that the mail would be opened would go down. Mithun ji is saying, sir, is there a difference between hello Pratik and hi Pratik? Hi is again a little bit informal. Old school people would be like, hello is better. It depends from organization to organization, the kind of relationship you have. And the rule of thumb is, in case you're not sure, be a little formal. There's no harm in being formal. Nobody would say कि मेरे को बहुत इज्जत दिया, मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगा यार. मतलब बहुत इज्जत दिया, मेरे को ऐसा hurt हो गया मैं. Nobody would say that. People would say यार मेरे से ऐसे बात किया, मुझे बुरा लगा. I'm really hurt by the way that person has spoken to me. Just imagine yourself, you're 45 years, 46 years, and somebody comes down and touches your feet. You will not say कि नहीं यार, this is the worst day of my life. Somebody came down and touched my feet. And so you would feel good about it. All right. Now, in case the number of words increase, the probability of the mail being opened would reduce, but that does not mean that there should be absolutely no words into it, because less number of words beyond a limit would mean that there is lack of clarity in that mail. So clarity is very important. You have to give clarity. When clarity is there in appropriate manner, then is when the mail would be opened. Look at this. What is the sweet spot? 21% of the times the email would be opened. There are 6 to 10 words. Now you have to use the subject line in a very smart way. Look at the image that is there down below in the bottom. In case you start your subject with a special character, the email client is going to throw that email into spam directly. Right? So you don't start with a special character. You never started with a special character. You look onto the image on the right. Dan Kaufman is the person who has sent that email. After Dan Kaufman, what you see is the subject, how to use commas correctly. All right, this is what the mail is about. And what you see beneath it, the 2 lines are the preview lines. So you have to use the preview lines in a very smart manner, because see, I'll not say it matters the world, but it can actually matter. In case the person reads the 2 lines, I'll share something with you. You people would start to judge me, but I don't mind if you judge me. So when I was in the starting phase of my career, I used to write mail to people and they used to never respond. So what I did, I wrote a mail to a guy and he never responded to me. I wrote 3 mails. He did not respond. He did not even open my email. So next time what I did, I wrote an email. In the subject, I wrote that my sister wants to marry you. And in the content was the same. He opened the mail and he responded. And he said, you're a very smart man. I said, I don't know if I'm a smart man or not, but you're a very biased man. You're a very biased man. So that is how subject can be used. Pratik will use this. No, don't learn this. Don't learn bad things from me. Learn good things from me. I don't even have a sister. Yes, I don't even have a sister. That is why I said no. I don't lie. All right. So this, and then we go for a quick break. Recently, I did a course from Harvard Business School online, and I really appreciated the way these people communicated. They were absolutely onto the mark. They used the brevity in the best possible manner. So if you look at these emails, some of them are wrong. If you look at C is a disaster. C is a disaster. There is no subject. You're in oblivion. The people who have grown up watching CID, you need to call ACP Pradyuman here. You need to know what this mail is all about. You need Daya. The other Daya. I always make this joke. I always forget it's Daya, sir. But it is the other Daya. Right? Darwaza tod do Daya wala Daya. All right. Look at this. How perfect, how immaculate the people are at Harvard are. Look at D, reminder. They knew that they could not put the entire thing into the line. So the first thing that they've used is reminder. Right? So that the person knows it is important. They'll open it. The first one, what jisko maine black kiya hua hai, this was an exchange that we were doing with an American client of ours. They were making a game. They used gamification for leadership projects. So they wanted to do a gamification test, balloon game, play test. Right? I've understood what it is all about. So I'll open the mail, and right at the bottom, meeting reminder. I know that there is a meeting and there's a reminder. I can also write meeting reminder for XYZ date. So 6-7 words, the probability of opening the email increases. You write an email, you don't write an email with a subject, it is a disaster. You write more than necessary, it is a disaster. You write absolutely less, where the other person is not able to make out what you've written, again, it is a disaster. So it has to be, you have to hit the sweet spot. You have to hit the sweet spot. Perfect. We'll talk about Inbox Zero. We will learn how to use 2 applications. These 2 applications are very interesting. I'll give you a quick, how much of a time of a break should I give you? There are people who are saying, give us 42 minutes of break, then the next session will start. Please don't do this to me. I'll give you 3 minutes of break. 4 minutes. Okay. The general consensus is 4 minutes. Set a timer for 4 minutes. 4 minutes, please. Enjoy a break. Come after 4 minutes. Don't leave me. I'm waiting for you. IST. IST is actual IST, Kamlesh sir. All right, take your time, please. In the meanwhile, if somebody has not left, you can use this moment so as to chat with me, discuss anything. Very diverse group.
So you said that special characters should be avoided in the subject. Could you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Sir, this is Neelakandan. I have a question.
Please.
You said that special characters needs to be avoided in the subject line, right?
In the starting of the subject, sir.
Okay, only in the starting. In the end, we can put exclamatory mark or question mark or anything.
Yes, like you see, like every of the subject has started with a special character. Anytime it would happen, the email client would throw it in the junk box, spam box. Okay. I think the reason behind it is because special characters are used to attract attention, and anything that is being written in an inadvertent way to attract attention might be a marketing email. And they don't want that you should be spammed with marketing emails. That is the probable reason behind it.
Okay, but what about writing in uppercase in the subject line?
That's a very nice question. So writing in uppercase always in the electronic context means that you're yelling at the other person. So it should be avoided. It can be like free vector of the week. So you can have the first letter as capital, but you cannot have the entire communique in the capitals. That would mean that you're yelling at the other person. Meeting reminder, like I'll tell you, there's something wrong in this message. Meeting reminder. This means that the other person is yelling at me, but that person can yell at me because it is my wife's email. She can yell at me. Meeting reminder. But otherwise, it is not normal.
But nowadays in corporate world, they are using these special characters
In
very
the
frequently.
in the starting of the email?
No, not in in
At
the
the
entire
end.
subject line. Actually, they are writing in entire uppercase, so it becomes like a normal routine. Like
It does. It does. See, the fact is that my wife teaches in the same department as I do. So we have a lot of formal communication, official communication that is happening. But when the email was introduced, writing an email with upper cases actually meant that you are yelling at the other person. However, when you write a subject, it can be seen as an exception that you want to attract the other person's attention. But in my honest and humble opinion, I think you should avoid it, because the fact that the email has reached the other person, the fact that you have used brevity while using this writing the subject, I see no reason that the person would not see your mail. I see no reason that the person would skip your mail. Even if they skip it, in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you about one of the applications that you can use so as to follow up with the client or anybody who has missed your email. Right, sir?
okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So nice of you, sir. Anybody else? Any questions? Please let me know. Rishabh is asking, what did the other guy reply to the marriage proposal? Inside the content was the same that I'd sent that person 3 times earlier. Only the subject was that my sister wants to marry you.
But did your job get done? That's the whole objective.
Yeah, it got done. It got done. I'm a smart fellow in that sense. I was a very young kid then. I'm even young today, but I was very young then. I was a 20-year-old boy then. So I could have taken that risk, but now I would not want anybody to take that risk.
Smart at 20, yeah?
Yeah.
Pratik,
Yes,
this is Shankar Narayan here.
Sir.
One of the key things also is color coding of the font. Makes a huge difference.
It does, sir. It does. I am so happy that you pointed it out, sir.
Yeah, and what is important to learn is that in some cultures, some colors are taboo and some colors are good, and it is very important to keep that sensitivity in mind when you're color coding.
Absolutely, sir.
And sometimes, the mail gets written up by a fresh guy in a wrong color, and then we end up trying to get that corrected and then teach him, and then going back to the client or the customer and then getting that corrected as well. So that sensitivity also needs to be kept in mind and very important to follow.
Absolutely. And I'm very happy and very proud of the fact that Ashminder sir made a note of this, and that is why one of the sessions that would be taken up would be around cultural sensitivity. So it is the onus is on us when we are writing, that we must know who is actually in receipt of the message and how could that message be taken up by the other person. Understood. I think there's one, if I'm not wrong, and in case sir is active, there's Mr. Basu in the class. Basu sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you so much, sir. How are you?
I am doing very well, sir. So I spent 3 good years of my life in Calcutta. So I learned how to speak Bangla, ektu, not completely.
I could see that when you
Yes.
spoke to me.
Yes. So when I wrote this message,
Did you also use Bengali script, or was it just the language in English?
The language was in English. Then I went to Google Translate and I just translated it.
I see. Okay.
So it is very important that whenever you are writing down a message, when I wrote the message to Basu Saab, I first ensured that what I'm writing is not offensive in any manner, because I don't know the language completely. I know the language just a little bit. So that is very important, and rightly pointed out by, I think, I cannot see the name, Shankar Saab just spoke a minute back. And this is what experience does, sir. I always say that I have been lucky enough to be a part of a classroom where I learn while I teach, and it is because of great individuals like you that I've also learned while I have taught. So thank you so much for your input, sir. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Shankar sir has widely traveled, so that's his personal and practical inputs.
Sir, I love to travel a lot, sir. I wish one of my dreams is I need to travel across the world, except for North Korea, and but I have got this dream. I really love to travel. All right. So if everybody is back, We'll take this session ahead. We have got 35 minutes left with us.
Pratik, with
Sir.
regard to the point what Shankar Narayan sir spoke,
Sir.
Is it good to have colors in official writing? Basically, that's what.
Sir, you know what?
In a mail or.
Very aptly asked question. So you know what? The world has changed a lot. There are some organizations which are very orthodox. There are some organizations which even promote the use of smileys while writing an email. Because when you use smileys, when you use emoticons, the other person is able to understand the context in a much better manner compared to when you write just plain text. So now there are organizations which believe in functionality. So they want the things to be done. And in case writing in colors, color coding, helps the other person to get the message in a better manner, and the organization allows it, you should go for it. And I don't see any reason why the organization would not allow it. Organizations might say, why do we have to use emoticons? But personally, even emoticons are really nice in case you have a camera with the other person. Nothing wrong with that. It is just that one should be mindful of what colors are being used. In case you use red text on white, it would be impossible for the other person to read it. Yellow text on white, it would be impossible for the other person to read it. So, and this is also what Ashminder sir made sure that none of the slides should be in such a color that it becomes a pain for your eye to read it. So color coding is absolutely okay, sir. Is absolutely okay. You know, most of the applications today promote color coding. They want you to color code. Right, sir. So with due permission of each one of you, I'm going to go ahead.
Sir, but just one point. This
Please,
color
please.
coding, will you write it to your higher authorities? Is it acceptable? Or
you know what, sir? Again, each one of you has got much more experience, which I could have in accumulation. There's centuries of experience out here. I personally believe whenever you're writing it to a senior of yours, you don't experiment.
yeah, correct. Yeah.
Right? You let the other person experiment. And it's good you say, it's very nice, sir, I have learned something new from you, and then you start to do it. Or you can ask, chotu kuncham experiment is okay. Little bit of experiment can be done. Right? Okay.
When you write the email, what is the email etiquette? Basically, suppose there is a hierarchy. We are writing email to.
I'll just come to that, sir. I'll just come to that.
Okay.
Right? 30 minutes of my time, I'll ensure that I give you the best that I can. And even after that, if something is left, there's some of the doubts, I'll share my email and my phone number. Please get in touch with me. I would be very happy to respond back.
Sure.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
So I have one question.
Please tell me, sir.
Sir, actually, in
Manish ji. All right. I think Manish ji, at the end we can discuss, or you can drop me a message. Right. Rachit ji, I'm back on work, back on track. All right. So these are two of these softwares, applications that I would recommend you to use. First one is Boomerang, and second one is Calendly. Just make down short notes of it. What is Boomerang? What is Calendly? I'm talking about these two applications because of this concept of inbox zero. There is when we talk about email etiquettes, there is one thing that is inbox zero. Inbox zero means that the other person who is in receipt of an email should not be bombarded with emails. The other person should not be bombarded with emails. Calendly is one software, sir, which helps you to fix meetings with the other person. Let's say Pratik wants to fix a meeting with Abdul Salam Saab or Angel D'Souza ji, and Angel ji is a very busy man. I am a little bit of a busy man, and we exchange tons of emails so as to find out what is the best time for us. I say, Angel Saab, 4 o'clock. He says, no, 4 o'clock, I'm not free. Then I say Saturday. He says, no, Saturday, so I don't work. I say Monday, 10 a.m. He says, no, 10 a.m. I don't reach. So there has been an unnecessary exchange of emails. What Calendly does is Calendly helps you to find out the common meeting space where you can fix the meeting with the client, and without unnecessary exchange of emails. You exchange emails if they add value, but in case they don't add value, why do you have to exchange? So what I'll do very quickly is I'm going to show it to you how Calendly actually works. Just give me a moment. What Calendly, again, Calendly is both a free and a paid software, and I'm sure you have got to know me really well. I'm using the free software. In case it comes down to you that you want to use the paid software, use the paid software. In case you are into consultation, you want your payment to be integrated with that, Calendly will help you with each one of that thing. So I'm just going to share my screen. Here you are. I just hope you all can see it. So you just have to create an account on Calendly. You can do it using your Google account, and Calendly works well with all of the email clients. I'll just take 2 or 3 minutes. I'll not dwell deep into it. When you go on to Calendly, just keep a note of it. Availability. When you go on to available, and it's very intuitive. You learn it by yourself. So it gives you such a schedule. Let's say I want to have a meeting about ERP, and I want to earmark my time just for ERP. I have a separate schedule for ERP. So for ERP, I'll say Monday I can go in for a meeting from 1:15 to 2 p.m. and I'll make such changes. Let's say I can go from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. and I'm not available on Friday. I'm not available on these days. I'm just available on Monday and Tuesday. Right? And let's say there is a special date when you are completely in for the ERP wala meeting. Then on the right hand side, you will see add date override. You can put a date, add date override, and let's say 25th June. I am available the entire day. So it is going to be a date overrider. Right? Now I've made this availability thing of mine. I go down to home. I want to have a meeting with Chandrasekhar ji. I go on to create. It'll ask me what kind of an event you want. I click on event type. I go in for one-on-one. You can go in for a group also, but group is only available in the premium thing. I go in for one-on-one. I name the event XY, or let's say for that matter, ERP. Now it asks me what location is it. I can do it on Zoom. It can integrate the Zoom thing. I can have it on Google Meet. It can be in person. It can be GoToMeeting. It can be anything. I write Zoom, then it'll tell me that you can integrate Zoom. I haven't integrated Zoom, but it is a very easy thing. And the description, whatever description you want to write, ERP implementation that I want to talk about, and I've written ERP implementation. And this is the link. Now, when I go on to next, it asks me what is the date duration. I say I want it within a date range, and it'll ask me between what date and what date. I say between 23rd to 26th June. I want things to be done 23rd to 26th of June. And do you want to use an existing schedule? I want to use the ERP schedule. I put in the ERP schedule and I am good to go. I go in for next and it is saved. I go on to my home page. I just have to copy the link. The link is copied. I send it in the email. The person with receipt of the email, when would click on the link, would get the time slots available, would click the time slot. I'll get a notification that this is the time slot the other person wants to meet me. And then mutually we have decided what time we have to go in for a meeting without tons of emails being exchanged. Right? So this is as simple as it can get. I never knew of this software. I got to know of this software when I was there with the World Economic Forum, and these people used this software, and that is how I got to know of it. So that is Calendly, a very smart thing. And there's one more thing that I would want to talk about, that is Boomerang. Now what Boomerang does is, I hope my screen is visible again. Is it visible? Yeah. So again, Boomerang can be used as an extension. You download the extension of Boomerang. What Boomerang does for you is that in case you want to write an email, you have to create, number one, Boomerang works with Gmail. Boomerang works with Gmail. Now, let's say I want to write an email and I want to use some etiquettes like Chandrasekhar Saab asked me, Pratik, email etiquettes, and I don't want to barge into the email inbox of someone at night 1 a.m. People do it. And I really don't appreciate it that I receive an email 1 o'clock. The other person says, Pratik, मैं तो इस time उठाओ तो मैंने भेज दिया. तुमको थोड़ी बोला अभी काम करो. I didn't ask you to work then. What this wonderful client allows you to do is that you can, let's say, there's no email. Microsoft 365 also, right? Thank you so much. Though what I'm writing is absolutely illogical, they can't be emails in caps. But in case I click the send later button, which would be activated only if I've got Boomerang with me, it would give me an option 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, whenever I want to send it in 2 days, or it can give you a custom thing also. The best thing about Boomerang is that even if you have logged out of it, and even if you're not in a coverage area, the mail would get sent. The mail would get sent. Let's say you're going for a trek and you have to send an email, and you know that there won't be any signal out there. So you can complete the work and you can schedule all the emails, and the emails would get sent. So it helps you to schedule an email. That is the first thing, right? The other thing that Boomerang helps you with is, let's say I've received this mail and I click on Boomerang. If the other person does not reply back to the mail that I've sent, let's say in 3 days, if he does not reply back in 3 days, this email would come back on the top of my mailbox again. That Pratik, this needs your attention. You said that this email should have been responded back in 3 days. There is no response. Now it is the time you should respond back. So that will Boomerang. What is Boomerang effect is. It will come back to you. It will come back to you. Let's say you have to send a recurring email. You have to send email on the 3rd of every month. So you can schedule a recurring email with Boomerang again. So Boomerang is a very nice, again, a free software. When you go in for the free one, it limits you the number of boomerangs that it allows you. And in case you go for a paid version, it gives you unlimited boomerangs. So I really like this. There is one more feature I really appreciate about Boomerang is, I don't know how many of our organizations would actually appreciate that we use this, because when you work with international clients, we send them an email. Their email tells us that I've gone on for a vacation and I would be back on this particular date, and expect a reply by then. So there's this pause button out here. So in case you pause, so your inbox would get paused. So there would be no emails that would be coming into your inbox. In case you're getting overwhelmed by the email, now I don't recommend you to use it, but in case you think that your organization is matured enough to let you use something of this sort, this is a very nice thing. And when somebody would send you an email, they would get a response of this sort. Thank you for emailing. I've paused my inbox, so I won't get to see your email for a while. And you can put the limit that till what time do you want it to be paused? You want it to get unpaused automatically after 2 hours, or you want it to be done after, like, you're working, you don't want, you get absolutely overwhelmed by seeing emails when you're on holidays. So you can use this, but I don't recommend this. It depends upon organization to organization. In case you think work would go on without you, this is one wonderful feature that you can use. Only for urgent things, and in case there's something urgent, get in touch with me other than email. So that is a wonderful way to stay out of work zone in case you have to be. Like OnePlus has introduced the Zen mode. Is it legal UI? I don't know what legal UI is here. Rishabh is much more smarter than I am. He knows things that I've not even heard of. All right. Right, sir. So these are the 2 applications that I would really want you all to use, get the hold of. It's always good if you're technologically updated, and it makes your life simple. Use a lot of punctuation. I'll not talk much upon this. I think the most appropriate one is the second one, where you have put an exclamation mark. Thanks and full stop. Again, due respect, it seems like it is an email which is announcing a breakup. So we don't want such things. It should be like an exclamation mark, at least an exclamation mark. 2 exclamation marks is okay. Don't be overexcited. Don't send 3 exclamation marks. All right. So I remember when we used to stay in Patna, we stayed in Bihar because of my father's job. We moved a lot. My father used to make a phone call to his parents, my dada dadi, and he used to make notes before entering the STD. It helps you to mail track also. Acha, you all right. So you were communicating. It helps you mail track, but I did not speak about mail tracking because I do not believe in that feature a lot. What mail track lets you do is, if I've sent an email to Yuva and I've opened the mail track thing, I've enabled the mail track. Yuva would have to agree to it that yes, Pratik can track my mail. Then I would get reports how many times Yuva has opened the email, how many times he has read it. I don't think so. That is breach of privacy. I don't really think that something of that sort should be done. Very dangerous. I would not. And very dangerous in case, again, just for fun, in case you have sent it to your like girlfriend or sent to your boyfriend and they've not responded, 10 times they've read, they've not responded. Unnecessary tension. Why to go in for tension when life is simple? Life should be simple, right? All right. Just joking. So I remember that my father used to he used to write notes before speaking to my grandpa. I one day asked him, Dad, why do you have to make notes before speaking to your father? I never make notes while I speak to you. He said, when you speak to me, you don't spend money, Pratik. When I speak to my father, I have to spend money over the STD. And that time STD was very expensive. Now, what has happened is, alternatively, email is free. You send any number of emails. So we have taken for granted. If you have not covered anything in the first email, we send the second one. Second maybe nahi gaya. Then we send the third one. Why? Because you're not paying for it. Right? Earlier, when international calls were paid, WhatsApp has disrupted everything. Now you make international calls over WhatsApp. People over international calls, they used to speak so meticulously. They used to prepare so much for the international calls, you cannot imagine. Right? So, very important, cover everything in the first email. CC and BCC, it's very important, sir. Whenever you write an email, there would be 3 categories of recipients. First would be to, second would be CC, and third would be BCC. The person whose name is there in the to wala part should be the person from whom you expect the reply. The person who is put into the CC, you have put into the CC because you want the other person to know what is going on. Right? So you don't want the other person to reply. That is why that person is into the CC part. And BCC, people say, Pratik, BCC is a very sly tool. It is a spying tool. I partly agree with it. But there's one more thing for which BCC is used. In case you have received an email and Pratik's name is in BCC, and let's say Tarandeep ji hits the reply all button. So even the person who primarily sent the email to Tarandeep ji would receive the reply. The people in the CC would also receive the reply. But Pratik, who is in BCC, will not receive the reply. In case you want Pratik's inbox to be clutter-free, you put Pratik into BCC. No sly intentions into it. If you want Pratik's inbox to be free, you put Pratik into BCC. If you want Pratik to know what is happening, you put Pratik into CC. If you want Pratik to respond, you put Pratik into 2. That is as simple as it can get. Right, sir? And while you're signing off, this is very important. Now, this is a number line that I've made. What you see on the right-hand most corner is the most formal way to close an email. Yours faithfully, yours sincerely. I personally don't want people to end emails like this in case there is not a relationship where there is faith and sincerity involved. Right? Somebody is trying to sell you an insurance, they speak to you over the phone, and next they say, sir, I'll email you, and the person emails you yours faithfully and yours sincerely. I think that is misuse of vocabulary. I'm the kind of a person who says that you say what you mean. In case you don't mean, don't say it. As simple as it can get. I think the safer one is regards. I respect you. You can have regards for everybody. Best wishes. Yours and cheers is reserved. Yours and cheers is reserved. On one of the assignments, I wrote cheers. I did. I took the leverage. I wrote cheers. I will not write yours. I'll not write yours. Why? Because yours is intimate. Yours is intimate. It is not yours is to be used between husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend. But yours is to be used when you actually belong to that person. When you actually belong to that person. Then is when you use yours. If I would write an email to Ashminder sir, I'll write yours faithfully, sir. Yours sincerely. I'll write regards. Somebody I'm not very sure, I'll write best wishes. It's an thing. I'll write cheers. Regards, best regards, kind regards. People, I think people really don't want to use best regards because regards are always best. You cannot have bad regards for anybody. So you use regards. Regards itself is very safe. Warm regards, we use warm regards because we were a British colony, Rishabh. Britain is a cold country. And that is why we say we want to give you a warm welcome. You don't give warm welcome to people where the temperature already is 43 degrees. You are, in a way, torturing that person by giving him something warm. So don't give that person anything warm. Should have been properly taught in school. God bless. At least we are learning it here currently. Yours sincerely. Again, you write yours sincerely when you mean it. If you don't mean it, how will you write yours sincerely? Right? It is what's related to temperature. That is why I'm saying that there is a reason behind everything that is happening around us, Rishabh. All right. Best regards. Best regards. No, don't write BR. Don't write BR. I get agitated when people respond to my message and they write K. I want to come down and want to ask them, boss, what would have gone in case you would have written one more O into it? That is brevity is translating into rudeness. People write HBD. On my birthday, somebody messaged me HBD. I was running all across my house. I was not able to understand what message I received. I asked my wife, what is this? She said, Pratik, it's your birthday. So I said, what is HBD? She said, happy birthday. I said, oh. I was feeling anxious. What has happened? Somebody has messaged me HBD. And how much time have you saved? Yeah? You just show that you don't care. OMG. All right. Okay. So 13 minutes more. When you write next, when you come down to the minutes wala part, there are three of these tools that you must know about. First is agenda, second is minutes, and third is ATR. Agenda is prepared before the meeting, and I must appreciate most of you wrote wonderful agendas. But the only thing that was missing out there in your responses was this. So the notes that would have been sent to you or would be sent to you would include this as a part of the entire material. So whenever you see, one template would not fit for all organizations. Every organization has got a very different way of carrying out meetings, but this is an appropriate way. You can use this. So first you write objective. Why has this meeting been called? Who has called it? What date is it? Where is it? And what is the location? In case it is over Zoom, write it is over a Zoom. It is a cloud meeting. And then what is the meeting about? What are the three items that we're going to speak about? Item 1, item 2, item 3. So that everything is clear. So that the table is clear set that we are going to speak about this. AOB stands for any other business. These are the primary three things. Apart from this, we will speak upon this also. Who all are present, attendees, and who all are absent. Right, sir? Now, minutes from previous meeting, in case there is anything that is to be carried forward from the previous meeting, this is where you put it. Right, sir? This is where you put it. Now, every element, item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, fourth one is AOB. It would require a box of this sort. It is already there in the notes. In case it is not there, it would be made available to you. Don't worry. So here in the notes, you write the premise of what the first item on agenda is about. Right, sir? In the key decisions, you tell what has been decided. Action items, Snehaji, I'll come to that. Action items, you will write, now the decision has been taken. What are the steps that have to be taken? Action items. Tell me what will be done. And dedicate the owner. Who will do it? Who would be doing it? Until what timeline it has to be done? Deadline. So this one simple compartment would not only write down what has happened. Minutes ka objective is that you have to write down what has happened so that there is a legal proof. There is a proof. Though things have changed, days have changed. Now people, instead of going for this written minutes, use the video recording minutes. But it is not that this thing is out of turn. People still use it. And then similarly, it would go for the second item on the agenda also. Third item on the agenda also. There was a question, what is AOB? AOB is any other business. The meeting was for three major things, and there was for a minor thing, which is not the thing for which we actually came together, but it has to be spoken about. So that is any other business. Now this is really important. Items held over. whenever a meeting occurs, what happens is we stray our path. We start to discuss about something that must not be discussed in this meeting, but it is of relevance to the organization. Sneha ji is asking, do we have to add an extension to add to Zoom meetings wherein the CS can write down action items? No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Because nobody is going to join your meeting through the minutes. Your meeting would be joined through the agenda, or for that matter, through an invitation. So not required around there. Now, if there was something that was not important from the perspective of this meeting, but was important from the organization's point of view, I put it into items held over and I put it in here. At the end of the meeting, we go through items held over and ask ourselves, oh, now these are the 4 points that were not a part of this meeting, but we have discussed about this. I think we should now call a separate meeting for this in case it is important. In case it is not important, you don't call a meeting. Items held over are little bit tidbits of things which do not actually belong to that meeting, but might be of relevance, and you might need a separate meeting for that also. Right, sir? You get that? Okay. This is how this format would end. Summary of key decisions, so that when somebody goes to the minutes, they have it in entirety, what the entire meeting has been about, and you write down when the next meeting is scheduled. One document that tells you who was there, who was not there, what was the meeting about, where was the meeting held, what were the topics about, and every topic, what was spoken about, what were the important things, what decisions have been taken, what actions have to be taken, who will take it, and by when it has to be done. This simple document will not only help in documentation, but will also help you in accountability. Right, sir? So this format would be made available to you. I think the most important thing now has become, Prateek, we need this format. Leave everything else. Format will be provided to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Right. So whenever you write minutes, very simple thing, it has to be in the past tense. Why? Because the event has already occurred, a vote was taken, it was decided, it was agreed. It has to be either in the past tense or it has to be in the past perfect tense. Right? It cannot be into present continuous tense. The decision is being taken. No. It will be contemplated. So it has to be in the perfect sense. It has to be in the past sense. Everybody's okay with this? And whenever you write action points like action items, that now this is to be done, now XYZ has to do this, the sentence would always start with a verb. Contact Mr. Jayaprakash for service quotations. Reserve conference room at the Taj Deccan for the conference. Update Mr. Ravish on the extended deadline. Order 4 laptops from eZone. Meeting specifications. Nothing is in past tense because everything has to be done, and everything starts with a verb. Why? Because we have to actually tell it. There's somebody on unmute. We have to ask somebody to do something. Right, sir? Perfect. 6 minutes more. 6 minutes more. And we have reached almost the end of the session. One very important thing is note making. See, I really appreciate the fact that so many of you undertook this session. I appreciate it because you people have understood that the only way to move ahead in life is through constant learning. You do not need me to tell it to you because you already know it for yourselves. I read a quote, the best way to, the more you learn is the more you earn. But more than that, some people learn because it gives them a kind of a pleasure that nothing else can give. So I'm sure that you people would be going in for a lot many more sessions in your lives. You would be speaking to wonderful people. You would be reading books. You would be listening to Audible. Audible is a wonderful platform, is a wonderful format to read books. I really vouch for that. So whenever you are reading something of that sort, or whenever you are in a session of that sort, it becomes very difficult to absorb. And even if you absorb a little bit, what happens is there is a lot of retention loss. When you move out of the session, you forget, yeah, pata nahi kya baat hua tha. So you have to note down, you have to write down. Some people would say, Prateek, I write on an iPad, I type. Okay, I'm old school. I would write on a piece of paper. Like, in case you can see this is a piece of paper. You cannot see that. I write on a piece of paper, and I'm very okay with that. So whenever you are in a meeting, and there is an important meeting, and you have been asked to make notes of the meeting, it is your responsibility to take notes. Take notes. Even if it is not a responsibility, please take down notes so that you know what has actually happened. Now, let's say it is your responsibility and your note would be then circulated that this was what was done in the meeting. Note and minutes are different, sir. Notes and minutes are different. Minutes are more formal, notes are less formal. At times, notes are done voluntarily. You do it because you like it. And at times, notes are done because, Pratik, at the end, we would want everybody to have a one-pager summary of what happened in the meeting. And you know, Pratik, that minutes are a very format-based thing. You prepare one-pager, no, go. So I've been designated to prepare a one-pager. Now I go into a meeting, I don't know who is in the meeting. How do I write who spoke what? Isn't it a practical problem? So in case you are there to take notes, you must know who is their boss, who is speaking, and where is that person seated. Normally what happens is the person who is designated to write the notes is made to sit with the most important person, the center of the meeting hall. Normally, it might differ, but normally this is what happens. Why? Because that person gets the best view. Now, do not make note making a personal project, because your note would then be circulated. You write illegible, you might be able to read your illegible stuff, but the others won't be able to read it. So what you write must be legible. You should be writing what others can read. So this is very basic, but people don't follow it, sir. Don't write too much details, don't write too less details. Whenever I used to make notes for myself, I used to put in so less details that I had to go back to the notes again and see what was this chapter like. Don't do that. That is waste of time. You would have to revisit the entire thing again, and in some cases revisiting won't be possible. The biggest problem while taking note would be when multiple people are speaking. That is when your mettle would be tested, how good a listener you are. Then you would have to listen, then you would have to dissect, bifurcate who said what and what was the end takeaway of that. So that is really important. When you talk about note making, there are 3 methods which are generally accepted internationally to take notes. What you see on the right hand most corner is the Cornell method. What you see on the left hand side extreme is the boxing method. And what you see there at the bottom below is the mapping method. I personally use the mapping method the most. I use the mapping method the most, but boxing method is also good enough. But I personally use the mapping method. I know we are just left with 2 minutes. I'll take an extension of 2 minutes in case I can get it. Just read this article in entirety, or just give it a quick read in case you can. Just take a minute.
Pratik ji, please take 5 minutes more. Please.
Sir, right, sir. Thank you. So we'll do this small exercise. In case this article is to be presented in the form of a note, how would we do it? Read this article first. Please go through this. Whenever you take a note, you have to skim down what is important, what is unimportant. You have to find out what the central idea is about. See, comprehension skills are very important, sir. Even if you are reading the Bare Act, then also it is very important. Or if you are doing reading for leisure, or in case you are there in a meeting, the central idea has to be picked up. Now, in case you would read it, you would find out that the central idea is about decision making, around decision making, decision fatigue. Right? Just give me a thumbs up over the screen the moment you're done. Right, sir. Now just make a mental note of the efforts that has been put so as to go through this. Now, done? Can I remove it, sir? Krishnan ji has given me a yes. I'm waiting for others. Ankit ji, Pankaj ji, thank you so much. Sunil ji, thank you so much. Sneha ji, thank you so much. Right, Anubhav ji, thank you so much. Kamal ji, thank you. So I think most of you have read it. So you use either of these 3 methods. Cornell is the most formal one. either use the box. What you do in the box is you find out the major ideas, and for each idea you make a box, and in that box you write down the points. And in case you want to correlate everything, then you go in for the mapping method. Now look at this answer, sir. So this is choice overload, paradox of choice. More does actually means more. Greater the choices, more we worry about wrong decision. Okay, that was the first part. Second part, supermarket experiment. Day 1, 6 different varieties. Day 2, 24 different varieties. In the first case, 40% tried, 30% bought. Second case, 60% tried, 2% bought. So at times data is very important. In case that data helps you to derive to a point, in case it gives you more matter, more material, more mass, go in for that. And the conclusion is choice allures but confuses. In the end, Barry Schwartz, pick first dish you like, close the menu. The more you juggle, the more you feel dissatisfied. Right? So it doesn't have to be, what would you say? It doesn't have to look like Anandji says it reminds me of exam notes. Correct. It doesn't have to be like an art project. It should be functional, so that once you get to read it, you are able to make sense of what has been written to you. More importantly, sir, in case somebody else reads it, and for that matter has not got the chance to go through the original material, then that person should not feel left out in the sense that I am not able to get the meaning, get the heck of this. Why? Because I did not read the original article. The fact that the note has been made is also because that there might be some people who would not have read the original article and they would want not to be left back. And similarly, that is what minutes are also for. So that in case the people who were absent, and they were absent for a genuine reason, and in case they go through the minutes, they know what actually they missed out upon, and they can register what has happened in that particular meeting. So this was all. Thank you so much. You people were very kind listeners. I have not seen such kind listeners. Thank you so much. You people gave in your time, and I'm again very happy for the fact that you people after achieving great heights in your life, and also for the young chartered accountants, that at the start of the helm of the career, you people have started to go in for things that would increase your intelligence quotient, would give you more technical skills and more things towards management. It was absolutely wonderful to speak to all of you, and you all can stay in touch with me. This is me. You can drop me an email. Don't worry about the format. And in case there's somebody on Instagram, please feel free to follow me there. LinkedIn, drop me a mail, message me. It was wonderful. I really enjoyed being with all of you for these past 2 hours. For me, time passed in a jiffy, but it happens so the person who speaks, for that person time passes, and the person who is listening, for them time seems to stop. But I just pray to God that you people also enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Ashminda sir?
Prateek ji, you were brilliant as always.
Sir, you're a kind man, sir.
Appreciation of you keeps going up and up. And like somebody was saying, the time has just flown when you were speaking, and we didn't even realize that 2 hours are gone.
Sir,
great, sir. Absolutely
thank you so much,
great,
sir.
Prateek ji.
I've learned so much from you, sir. Thank you so much for blessing me, sir. Thank you so much.
May I request Dharmesh ji to kindly give the vote of thanks.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Mr. Prateek ji, time really passed in a jiffy for us too. I thank you on behalf of everyone present in the session today. This session on written communication was really insightful. You have told us the relevance of written communication as to how it makes the recipient feel special, and how written communication makes a personal impact on everyone. You also explained the importance of written communication by relating it with neurochemistry. That was really new to us. Further, you explained to us importance of grammar, punctuation, and brevity in the messages. Email etiquettes would definitely help us in our daily work life. I can say that we are not going to forget these etiquettes now, and we'll always remember you while we will be implementing these ideas in our daily lives. You also told us about some online tools such as Grammarly, Calendly, and Boomerang. This will surely help us, and I hope we will start using it soon. Also, the part on note making and minutes of meeting was really of great help. I hope that we all have been good listeners to you. I thank you. I thank all the participants for making this session interactive. And I thank organizers for giving me this chance of giving vote of thanks today. Thank you, everyone.
Dharmesh, thank you so much. You're very kind. And I owe a lot of it to Ashminda sir. Ashminda sir, thank you so much for trusting me and guiding me, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dharmesh ji, brilliant, sir. Very nice. To the point vote of thanks. I'll just take 5 minutes of each one of you, because at the end of this session, I don't get those 5 minutes, as there are 25 to 30 people who have other business to conduct. So they quickly move off. And I will now quickly cover certain parts which I need to do with you all quickly. Just take 5 minutes and promise that I'll give you that break. So there's going to be no issues on the break part.
So may I leave with your permission, sir?
Yeah, please, Pratik. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now, these are the assignments. May I request everybody to put on their videos, please? Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay. If you can look at this, these are the assignments still pending of week 1, 2, 3. If anybody's name is there, please do it. This is of week 7 and 8. If you could just have a quick look, and whoever is left may kindly like to finish it off. Then these are the points, and I think the neck to neck of group 7 with group 9 is continuing, and they both are getting 10 points. So their lead is just 1 point. Just 1 point lead is there between them. That is 107 and 106. This is the last week. The last assignment has been given. And if this assignment has to be done by Monday, 11:59 p.m. Monday, I expect the assignment, primarily because there are 3 questionnaires. Fourth one, assignment 4, is voluntary. You want to assess it for yourself, do it. Assignment 1, 2, 3, please, everyone is supposed to do, because that is going to be analyzed by the faculty. And why we need this time on Monday is because that much time is required by her to analyze everything. Imagine for 90 plus people who will be submitting 3 assignments, and they're just questionnaires. So when you do it, whoever has done it, realize that it can be done in less than 1 hour. Dharmesh, you have done that, isn't it? You already finished it?
Yes, I have finished, yes.
How much time did you take?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. See, 1 hour is for old people like me, and half an hour is for young intellectual generation, which quickly does everything. So the other thing is the presentation. Europe presentation is for 5 minutes. East means it comes to China, Japan, Singapore, Thailand, Colombo. This, I'm taking it as East, is for 8 minutes. Middle East is 6 minutes, which covers the entire Middle East except Dubai, and Dubai is 3 minutes. Is Shailesh ji there?
I'm there.
Shailesh ji, can you, how good is your team?
Oh, fantastic. I think Vishnu is pretty good. No problem.
Yeah. So,
Europe, we can give really good insights.
Great. So now the other thing. Okay, so the points, I will just go over the points. And we have Rachit Bansal ji.
Sir.
May I have a look at your handsome profile?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Rachit Bansal ji is the leader of China and Japan. Apurva Jhalani ji is with him. Ganesh Mathur ji is with him. And Sridhar Swain ji is with him. Then Vignesh Kalyanaraman ji, are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you have Kamlesh ji and Durgesh ji with you. And Abdul Salam ji, are you there, sir? Abdul Salam ji?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great, sir.
Yeah.
So you are the leader all alone. Sometimes one has to do all alone also. And what are the points that we need to cover? The first thing is cultural sensitivities of that region or that country. What it means is, basically, I give you one example. For example, in Thailand, if you put your hand on top of a kid, like I have this habit of putting on top of kids and blessing them, they consider it as stunting growth. And it is considered a very sensitive issue, and you could actually land up in jail if the parents want to take it up and take it seriously. So this is the issue that I was told. Fortunately, I had only touched one child by then by doing this. Next time I didn't do it. So cultural sensitivities, what are those things that are sensitive to those people and that you should keep in mind? Anybody should keep in mind when you're having interactions, negotiations, or business with them. Second is points to be kept in mind for doing business over there, because everyone has a different way of doing business. Even in India, we find that Punjabis have a different way, Marwaris have a different way, South Indians have a different way. You go to Andaman Nicobar Islands, Jarawa tribe has a different way of doing it. So everyone has a different way of doing business. And what are the way of that region or that country, you have to explain how to negotiate with them. If you're going to negotiate, it starts a simple thing like an exchanging a visiting card itself. How do you present it? Because in some countries, it's done totally differently. In some countries, it's done totally different. Then last is that the business deals, if you have to strike, how should you pursue them? Like in some countries, you are very explicit. And in some countries, there's a lot of implicit. In some countries, everything is written down. In some countries, the word of mouth is, and their word is enough, that they're going to have a deal with you. So all those points should be brought, and the time should be managed. And the presentation will be on 16th. And when I'm covering those regions, I will request you to cover that. And then I will relate it to various dimensions of culture and show the graphs with give the average of whatever you have said in those areas. So, but I would like you to cover it because you people are there. The best thing is that you can give the right inputs from a person who's there. So this is this. I have no other points on this. We'll have a 10 minutes break. If there's a question, yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Sir, why don't you keep India? Because see, I'm working in Europe for 21 years now. So I basically how to do business in India. We have such a nice brains here. I think if you can form a team and give such a points, I think it will be great help.
Okay, great, sir. So what I'll do is first I'll come out of stop share so that I can see each one of you. My request to everybody who switched off their videos to kindly put them back again. And when I see your smile, then I get remotivated again. So one thing I want to ask is, how's the Josh?
Fantastic.
Yeah, great.
As of now, 60% is team group 10 presentation on day 10.
Yeah.
So special marks for group 10.
Group 10. Definitely, sir. Definitely. Now, I think what you are saying is right. Last time I had an India group, but this time I felt that last time what most people felt was that India group, what learning will we get from all being Indians only? There are no foreigners. So, but if you all, how many of you want it? Just raise your hands. India group will form it now itself. Okay, just raise your hands. How many? Who don't want it, just show this. Who doesn't want it? Everybody, only one person doesn't want it. No, you also want it. Great. All right. So everybody wants it. Now I need one leader. And let's form the team and kill it in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And let me write it down also. So who's the leader for India group? So you can have 4 partners from all parts of India, north, south, east, west. So who is going to be the leader? Who has the courage to take on this? Yes? No, I need a volunteer.
I can lead for South, sir. I mean, is it on India as a whole or,
Okay, we'll have India as a leader, but South you can lead. So I'll write your name for South. Kusumji for South. Okay, any other volunteers? And who wants to lead for the whole country? Who wants to be Shah Rukh Khan in that movie Chak De India?
I think Shivaji can be there for Shah Rukh Khan role. He's making very good notes also.
Shivaji, okay, but I would like it to be volunteer. Any volunteer, national.
I'm not very confident of my knowledge across throughout the country. That is what I. Anyway, I can get the inputs and I can definitely do.
But Kamal Bangji has volunteered, so I'll put Kamal Bangji's name. He has volunteered. And now North, I need somebody from North.
May I propose Pankaj ji?
Pankaj
ji.
Hello, Haji Ritesh ji.
Pankaj ji, I think this is the time you should be in. The value you have through North Indian chapter and other things, it will be great value for you to basically come on the board right now.
All right, we put Pankaj ji, whether he likes it or not. So Pankaj ji is put for North. Then somebody from East, Calcutta or that side. Anyone from East? Who's from Calcutta? Or from Northeast?
Sir, I am from Calcutta, but I have not worked in Calcutta. So I'm not very sure, whether I qualify.
All right. Arnabji, no, I agree with you. But anybody who's in East or even in Assam or any other place, Northeast also. Anyone?
Sir, Jharkhand se bhi 2 jana hai.
Anji?
There is some people from Jharkhand also. Sanjay Pradhan.
Apurva ji, you wanted to, but you are already busy.
No, I'm not. I'm saying somebody is from East Jharkhand. Somebody is there in our group. I'm reading this paper.
Okay, who's that gentleman? We need it.
Sanjay Pradhan.
Sanjay Pradhan ji. Sanjay Pradhan ji.
Shweta Sahai.
जल्दी करना है. Or should I nominate then?
Sir, lottery निकाल दो.
Now, Arunji, Anuji, where are you from? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll nominate somebody from East, whether that person is there or not, because we need to cover some part of East. Ritesh ji, why not you?
Gopal ji has written he will take from East in the chat box.
Okay. Gopal Sahab is volunteered.
Gopal Sahab, arey wah, great. Thank you, Snehal ji. Thank you very much. Gopal ji, then you are on for East. So this 4 team is more than enough. Even if you're not stayed in a particular place, at least you know about India quite well. So we will have 8 minutes presentation on India. Would that be fine? Or you want less time? 8 minutes. Great. 8 minutes presentation and Kamal Bangji is the leader. Okay, we have a 10 minutes break and then we come back. Have a 10 minutes break, sir. And we come back by 16:30. We'll start at exact 4:30. Welcome back, everyone. And I love to see Apurva ji smile. And he keeps our spirits up even when sessions are getting extended. May I now introduce our next guest speaker, who is Rajneesh Virmani ji. And he's BTech from Delhi College of Engineering, MBA from FMS, that is Faculty of Management Studies. And both he got honors. He's been at the leadership position for 10 to 12 years. That is, he's been a CIO, COO, or CEO of many different MNCs, including Aviva. He's led Asian, American, British, and European teams, which had over 1,000 staff. He's been into financial services, telecom, automobiles, retailing, in fact, virtually a large number of sectors, including finance. He's coached over 230 senior leaders, and his book, You Can Lead, was very highly acclaimed. I will not stand between you and Rajneesh ji. Rajneesh ji, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwindar sir. I hope I'm audible, just checking.
Absolutely.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you for this opportunity, Ashminder. It's my pleasure and privilege associating with you and ICAI. And I'm happy to talk about my experiences in communication. I'm not a trainer per se. I've been a line leader all my life, mostly with multinational companies and around the world. I see myself as a global leader. Happened to be in Gurgaon in Delhi just now, but I could be anywhere in the world. Can we mute ourselves, please, if we are not speaking to the rest of the participants? Thank you. Appreciate. So just to make sure that you're not just physically back from your break, but even mentally, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being low and 10 being high, what is the participation level that you promise to bring to the table? 1 to 10, give me a number on the chat box. What is the number that you plan to bring to the table in terms of participation? Thank you. Thank you. So I know at least not only are you here physically, but emotionally, mentally as well. And I see quite a few of 10s and some 7s and 8s and 9s as well. But I hope I'll get the maximum juice to you, because essentially this next 2 hours is all about you. I am just your conduit to share some experiential learnings. You will share some experiential learning yourselves, because all of you guys are senior chartered accountants. So yeah, it'll be a win-win. Hopefully I'll learn something, you'll learn something in the process as well. There is no theory book training per se that I'll give, but it'll be a whole lot of practice sessions as well. So let me start with a little story. I could have, what I want to tell you is that I've been associated with an NGO for the last 8 to 10 years. This NGO handles a whole lot of orphans. They have a whole lot of orphanages that they have around Delhi and NCR region. Plus also they're handling about girls who are living in villages and it is running some kind of finishing school for them, making sure that these girls get employable, ready, and and so on and so forth. So this is a story I want to narrate to you about one such girl who I was a mentor to. So I mentor about 25 to 30 girls even today. But this girl that I speak of was from one of the villages nearby Gurgaon. And she was one of my mentees from the first few batches when I started this. So almost about 8 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, and so on. So this girl comes to me crying one day and she says that, her dad is not allowing her to get into MBBS. She's gotten admission through scholarship presented by the NGO, but she's got scholarship admission into an MBBS course. But her dad, her mom, her neighbors, uncles and aunts are all telling her that you can't do something like this. This is too difficult. Nobody from our village has ever become a doctor. So how can you do something like this? And there was a whole lot of resistance to her even starting this course of MBBS as a village girl. And the expectation was, so mind you, this girl had just about, about 20 years, 18 to 20 years of age. She's aspiring to become a doctor, but is being stopped. So I said, don't worry, I'll speak with your dad. In the meanwhile, you draw. So I gave her a blank A4 size sheet of paper. And I said, you draw a picture of where you see yourself 5 years from today, 6 years from today, and so on. So so she drew herself. She drew herself with a pencil, and of course with a stethoscope around her neck. So she sees herself as a doctor and standing in front of a car. So this was her aspiration. This was her dream. The power. I don't know how many of you are familiar, but the power of the subconscious mind. That's what I was trying to do to her, is to say whatever voice comes from within you, whatever you want to do, just make sure you go ahead and dream about it and be convinced that that's all that you're going to do. And once your power of conviction happens inside of you, then the probability that you will get to that destination is very strong. So so this girl drew this picture, and I told her, I said, all you're doing now is taking this picture and putting it in your purse. Put it in your purse, fold it, put it in your purse, and store it for posterity. Every now and then, look at it as a reinforcement, and so on and so forth. To cut a long story short, a few years later, I think about 2 years ago, so about 5 years later, this girl comes to me and says, I want to, Rajneesh sir, she called me. So I want to take you for a ride in my car. So she'd bought a second-hand Maruti car, and she was a proud owner of that car. She says, my dad has been an auto rickshaw driver, and therefore I wanted to drive him in my car, and I wanted to drive you in my car because you made my dream come true. That's the power of conviction that I wanted to tell you, that we try and mentor into these girls. So like I said, I mentor about 25 to 30 such girls today from villages neighboring to Gurgaon. And the pleasure one gets. I moved away from being a CEO, leading a large organization. At one point in time, I had 10,000 people in my team, to suddenly become a consultant where there is nobody. The only person who reports into you is probably your driver, and that's about it. But the situation has been so beautiful because it has allowed me to express myself in many more ways than a typical CEO role would have allowed me. So while there was depth in terms of what I was getting, the amount of width that I've been getting, like Ashmandarji also mentioned, and I've written a book, I write newspaper articles, I teach in a few MBA classes, and of course I take on my own corporate social responsibility as well. Now, addressing a group of so many CAs and senior CAs at that, I could have started with a lot of statistics. That would have been really up your street. I could have said that there are over 5,000 girls from neighboring villages that Udayan is the name of the NGO that Udayan takes care of. That over 900 orphaned and abandoned kids are cared for in homes, in orphanages. I could have told you that 25 years of activity by this NGO and so on and so forth. And this would have made a lot of sense as far as you're concerned as well. Why do I choose to start with a story instead of these statistics? In fact, this has been a practice that I've had for many, many years. In fact, even as a CEO, let me share with you that I used to start my presentation whenever I'm having a town hall. So in the good old days where there were physical meetings possible and large ones at that, the probability that I stand up in front of a town hall gathering and start off with a story, start off with, hey, so-and-so customer facing this trouble, one of my employees got together with a team and delivered a service which went much beyond what the customer was expecting, and so on and so forth. Now that has goosebumps. I know if I want to win the hearts of my employees, then numbers are not going to win hearts. Numbers may win over somebody's mind in the short term, But long term, if I want an association with an employee, if I want him or her to feel one with the organization, then most definitely what I want is a story. And the closer the story is to the emotions which are rampant with the people there, with the people listening in, the better off will my town hall go. As a CFO, my first message to you would be: do not just present the numbers. So you are very confident of the numbers, and I know that is the comfort zone, therefore that you would rather stick by. But my recommendation to you as a communication coach would be: do not just present the numbers. In fact, I don't know how many of you are familiar, but the way our human brain works, there is a left side of the brain that is typically the logical, rational, numbers oriented side. And then the right side of the brain, which is all emotional and relationshipy and, and so on and so forth. My provocation to you, ladies and gentlemen, would be that so far as you grow up the pyramid, most of us, and I genuinely mean most of us, would have grown up by just using the left side of our brains. I know I've grown up in the world of technologies as well. I grew all the way up to being a CIO of a large multinational company. And I was using only the left side of my brain. I was a problem solver. You give me a problem, I'll write a code, I'll write a program, and I'll solve your problem. So where was the question of relationships? Where was the question of emotions? I never understood. For the first half of my career, I never understood the importance of relationships, the importance of networking. And today, I can tell you that the second half of my career was so different to the first half of my career, because at the C level, at the CIO or COO level or CEO level, at the C level, I suddenly realized that actually my job is not problem solving. My job is influencing. My job is developing more leaders. If I develop more leaders and these leaders do the problem solving, that is what the companies are paying me the money for, not solving problems for them. So address the left and the right side of the audience brain. I must confess, I feel so sheepish, and you may tell me that you're not that kind of a chartered accountant or a CFO or a finance guy, but I feel so sheepish at times standing in the audience where there is a CFO, big intellectual, bright young guy, etc. And yet all he's talking of is 5 pages full of about 100 numbers in each slide. So imagine a CFO like that standing on a town hall stage addressing 500 audience or 100 people in the audience, and he has 5 slides, and each slide has about 100 numbers. And all numbers are correct. Actually, the information that he is giving is quite all right. But then his numbers captivating? Are those numbers going to win over the hearts of the audience? And my answer is, I suspect no. And therefore, I would say, make sure that those, of course, those numbers are an important part, but maybe there is a summary of the number slide which is required. But more importantly, dress up those numbers. I don't mean dress up numbers is not a bad way. I'm not saying misquote the numbers. I'm not saying weave a story which is incorrect. No, but there has to be a story which is woven into the entire, presenting large numbers. So say, for example, since COVID is the topical thing, somebody standing up and saying there is 4.5 lakh cases of COVID positive instances that we are finding every single day. Now, I don't know what is this with reference to. probably a better way to communicate in the corporate lingo. I don't know whether this is good news story or bad news story that you're telling me. Is it 4.5 lakh which has come down from 10 lakhs, or is it 4.5 lakhs which has gone up from 1 lakh? Wave 1 was 1 lakh peak. Wave 2 is 4.5 lakhs peak. So yeah, if you tell me as the person who's sharing the numbers saying we are 4 times the peak of wave 1, that gives me the gravity of the situation much better. So dress up the numbers, make it pertinent to the audiences and so on and so forth. Also weave a story. There will always be a business story that will link up to your numbers. Actually, let me make, I want a lot of active participation in this entire exercise, because like I said, I'm not really a trainer. Let me hear some of the stories that you may be thinking of. I want this to be a participative workshop. Maybe 1 or 2 of you can talk of some corporate stories where you link up such numbers that you are very familiar with a business story. Any volunteers? Anybody who will tell me 1 or 2 stories, or tell the others as well 1 or 2 stories? Participation time, guys.
Can I tell an experience of mine? It's
of course.
So then I was also a system engineer, so I was also doing coding and making the reports. And I make a very nice report and went to my one of the division head who was heading the steel, and I give him a report and I said, see, these many numbers I got, and all numbers are showing that we are leading to problems. Then the guy said to me that, Shailesh, see, the story of the half glass full is also half empty. Numbers are what you want to show. If you want to show problems, you will say that, oh, there was a problem. So you will say, you will take 5 cases and you will say these 5 were problems. So people will have a thought process that, okay, there is 100% problem. Or you can take 95% success stories and you will show that we are growing such in a huge amount. So how you present your numbers is also very important. The numbers will be real in all the scenarios, but how you present it, that makes a difference. And then I thought, yes, it's not that I just put the number, but the story I put behind the number, which will give the impact of the numbers.
Absolutely. In fact, whenever, thank you, Shaileshji, by the way, that was a wonderful linkage to the topic that we are addressing. And yeah, Ashish, sorry, you raised your hand.
Yeah, so like I would like to share my experience. When I was working as a business partner for a FP&A leader for India. So as you mentioned, like being a chartered accountant, we show a lot of P&L balance sheet, then a lot of number. But what I really learned as a business partner FP&A guy, that with the number we really need to show the 5 things which my business leader that taught me, right? With a number you need to really first give the performance, how that for like if you're presenting for a particular month, how this month has been performed compared to our earlier budgeting or as compared to previous year, and then what is the trend is going over, then what is the forecast which we can bring out, and then what are the risks and the opportunities and how we can mitigate that, what really we need to present and highlight rather than just showing the number, that the story which we have to bring to the front to the business leader. That
Brilliant. Absolutely right. In fact, as a CEO, I know when, in fact, not just there, even as a senior leader, one of the things that I used to push back my employees when they used to come to me saying, this is a 10-page presentation that I've prepared for so-and-so. I would want you to ratify it before I present to them. And I used to push them back saying, before you show me the slide, show me the storyboard. What is the story that you're going to tell them? What is the key messages that you're giving? Who's the villain? What if I let the villain will? What will happen? Who's the hero who's the protagonist in this entire story? And so on and so forth. So unless there is a whole storyline which I first understand, I will not look at the PowerPoint slide. Kishanji, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Rajneesh, you have already explained the thing which I want to say. Basically, this is what earlier I used to go and present it to my CEO, 10-page of report, saying with all the financials, but he is not a finance person. Then he said, okay, I don't want to see 10-page of report. I want only one slide, how we are doing it, how we are performing it. In a simple way, explain to me in one page. I need the report in one page. There is no need for me to see the numbers. Tell me how the performance we are doing, we have been in the last couple of months, and what is the plus and where we are minus. Give me some example of the real situation which we come across in the organization. So that gives me a wide range of input in knowledge on me. Then from next time onwards, I prepare in such a way that it will be a short, crisp, and to the point, and say that where we are doing, where we are going, why we are going wrong, where we can improve it. So that makes a different perception altogether for him.
Wonderful. Thank you, Krishnanji. I agree with you. Okay, what we're going to do over the course of this time that we have together is learn by actually role playing. So I will, over the course of these 2 hours, ask quite a few of you to have a virtual town hall. There is 70, 80, 90 of us in this virtual room. So I will ask quite a few role plays where I'll ask people to, so I'm prepping you up, mentally prepare yourself to stand up in front of, stand up virtually in front of the 90 colleagues and talk about some subject for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or something like that. So I'm prepping you up, but there are role plays that I'm going to have over the course of. So 3 things we are going to talk of in terms of practical tips. One is formal communication. What if you are going to make a presentation to 50 people, 100 people? How do you handle that situation? What if you make informal elevator pitches? So one of the things, and again, as a senior leader, I know perceptions are not created. One of the questions as a coach I keep getting asked, how do perceptions get formed? I hardly know this guy, and yet he's already made an opinion about me, and and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, perceptions are not created in the boardroom. They are not created in meeting rooms. They are created in informal corridors and with corridor chats and so on and so forth. So assuming that you guys are interested in something like this as well, how do you make sure that you are prepared for making informal elevator pitches? In fact, time is coming where whether it is your CV, whether it is a formal business proposal, whether it is, you will be asked to make 2-minute, 3-minute video capsules and say, send that to me. Don't send me a, exactly the, like Krishan also was saying, send me a 1-page summary report. The days of 1-page summary report are going. Let me tell you, it will soon be replaced by send me a 2-minute video. Make a video pitch, create a little video file and send it to me. I'll see it when I can. So those are, in fact, these are new skills that leaders of tomorrow are bound to get. If you do not, I have one slide around digital communication as well, given more and more of us are working from home. This is a whole new skill, whole new trait which is coming in, and the leaders of tomorrow are going to need this trait much more than the leaders of yesterday in terms of creating video communications with each other. And then, of course, influencing your board. If you're presenting to your senior leadership team, if you're presenting to your CEO, if you're presenting to the board of directors and so on, how do you convince these guys? Because like I said, Leadership is all about influencing. So how do you influence your board? How do you influence somebody informally? And how do you influence via large formal communication? Those are the three areas that we're going to cover. And I've inserted one other element, which is media. I was lucky in that I've been coached myself in terms of how to handle media. Because I've been covered quite extensively as well in not just Indian media, but also UK, Sri Lanka, and so on and so forth. So, so I can share with you some of the tips I got out of how do you really handle that media person who's putting a mic under your nose and asking you a question under the full glare of a camera. How do you handle that situation? So maybe these are the 3 or 4 areas. Is this sufficient? Is this what you were looking for? I would love to hear anything else that is on your mind. And if you feel we need to cover something else, I'm more than happy in covering that as well. Like I said, this 1.5 hours remaining or so, it's all about you, it's not about me at all. So I'm happy to mold myself depending on your needs and interest.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Of course, Shailaji.
You said, like, what I feel is networking is very important. And whenever you are sitting in any seminars, it's very important to ask questions which are really connecting you to that person. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very, very difficult that time, because if you are, suppose if somebody comes to me and they say, okay, we want to do business, the first thing comes in my mind, why should I do a business with them? Yeah. So are you capturing that in this formal communication part?
No, I'm not. But actually, you raise a very wonderful point, because here communication is not just about speaking, but is also listening. Actually, so while I'm not covering the questioning and listening part, if you want, then I can definitely talk about it. I am very passionate. I genuinely, I'm a leadership coach. I genuinely believe listening is one of the most underrated skills of leadership. Actually, let me make a very provocative statement, and maybe it'll attract your attention as well. The types and the quality of questions that you ask in any situation, your value as a leader goes up or down based on the type of questions that you're asking people around you. I don't know if that makes sense to you or whether you agree with that or not,
100%.
but I am so convinced. I am so convinced about this. You may say that I am wrong, but I used to say this very regularly, saying I may or may not have the right answer at any given point in time, but I will always have the right question given whatever be the situation. Yes, Sushilji, you've raised your hand.
See, my take on this communication and effective communication is that, you see, to be effective in communication, at least one should be completely informed, and he should have the knowledge about the thing he is communicating. Only then the communication will be effective. And be it formal communication, or how do you influence, or how do you elevate pitches. I mean, you can elevate pitches only when you have knowledge or conviction.
But that is, while you're absolutely right, Sushilji, but having the knowledge is a small fraction of your communication. In fact, is not even, so you may be the best intellectual on the subject, but you may not be a good communicator. You may not be a good influencer. Actually, I realized that the first hand itself, as I grew up from having a programmer position or an analyst position in a company, I thought I knew the subject very well. I know the machines very well, computers very well. I know the business very well. But so often I realized, why is it that I'm not able to convince this guy about my idea? It's because of communication. So somewhere from a stage where my knees used to shake when I used to come on a stage. I used to be so nervous and my knees used to shake, and I was a very poor communicator. I focused attention on communication, and today I feel, why today? In fact, for the last 10, 20 years, I feel that I can communicate what I want to. So, so there is a vast change in having done IT programming positions to a CEO position. The skill required is totally different. And of course, the basic raw material must be there. There is nobody denying that. I'll be the first one to say that. If you don't have the raw material, if you don't have the knowledge base, that obviously will not work. So what are you communicating? But if you have the knowledge, what I'm saying is that even if you have the knowledge, you may or may not, you have to pick up communication as a skill.
Correct.
One or two other people had raised their hands as well. Please feel free to talk.
Sir, this is Chandrasekhar here.
Yeah, Chandrasekhar sir.
Shailesh raised a very interesting question. So why should I do business with him? If he comes across someone, that isn't an elevator pitch that we are talking about?
Actually, it will not be covered in the elevator pitch. I'll tell you one of the beautiful things about building relationships with anybody. So you go network with somebody, you're sitting with five. Okay, let me take another example. So let's assume you and I are at an airport. You are catching a flight from gate number 27. I'm catching a flight from gate number 28. And we are meeting for half an hour in a coffee shop because we are waiting for our flights to be announced. So you and I, as strangers, start talking in that coffee shop at the airport. And I keep talking about myself. I am this and I am that, and I've done this, and I'm a wonderful guy. I'm God's gift to this earth, etc., etc., etc. Tell me honestly, what is your opinion about me after 15, 20 minutes of this conversation?
Oh, he's too much of himself.
Too much of himself, useless guy, Chandrasekhar. So absolutely, that is the right thing. And thank you for being candid. The flip side of the same situation, you and I are strangers in meeting for about 20 to 30 minutes at an airport. And we start this conversation and I ask about you, Chandrasekhar, what are you doing? What's the role you're playing? Oh, acha, you're here. What are the kind of challenges you're facing here, etc., etc., etc. And maybe I talk a little about myself as well, but I ask a lot of questions and intriguing questions to you. Now, tell me at the end of the 20 minutes, what do you feel about me and this conversation?
I find it as a very valuable conversation and try to keep in touch with him, or if given a chance, we'll try to do business with him also.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. So, Chandrasekhar, you said exactly what I wanted you to say, because that is the natural human being. In fact, I have devised a phrase for this as well. I call it bloody good questions, BGQs.
Okay.
So if you remember only one thing out of so far, whatever we have spoken of, remember BGQs, bloody good questions. That your value as a leader keeps going up the more bloody good questions you ask. Now, questions can be two kinds. Not every question is a bloody good question. So let me clarify. If I ask you, Chandrasekhar, what did you have for breakfast today? Or what did you have for lunch? Or, and so on. Those are questions which you know the answer for already. I'm not provoking your thinking.
Yeah.
So that's what I would call a simple question. It's not a bloody good question. But I want you to become experts at asking bloody good questions. Bloody good questions are thought-provoking questions where you have to think before you answer. So if I ask you saying, what is the top 3 challenges that you're facing right now? What would you be doing if you were not here at this point in time? What is your top aspiration over the course of this next 1 year? What are the highlights? What is the biggest achievement that you've got in the last 12 months? Those are questions which you cannot answer without thinking a few times. And that's a bloody good question. So maybe the first message I want to give you is around stories. Make sure that you are addressing the right brain and the left brain as well. And second message is listen, 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 and questions, bloody good questions. So questions which are thought provoking. So thank you for raising the point. But listening is clearly a very important part of this entire exercise. Okay, can I get a?
Can I ask one?
Of course,
sorry.
of course. No, go ahead.
This one is relating to listening skills. So when we give a chance to somebody else to speak up, okay, and that means we are listening. So to what extent should we listen? Like, it shouldn't be like he's just saying on and on and on and the same thing again and again. So till what extent should we listen? That's my.
So it depends on the forum. As far as I am concerned, as a leader, the bottom line is you should be showing care. You're not listening for the heck of listening. You're not listening as a checkbox item. You're listening because you're interested. Another quotable quote that I keep using is, as a leader, my job is not to be interesting. My job is to be interested. If I'm not interested in what's going on in your minds, and I try and do a mono-acting show here in a very interesting manner, quite honestly, the objective that Ashminder had given me will not be achieved. So my job as a leader is not necessarily to be interesting on stage, is to be interested in you. Now, in different situations, that might mean different things. So if I feel that there is a time-bound activity, and this one person is keeping on asking the same question to me over and over again, and is not understanding or not going with the flow, maybe the facility, wearing my facilitator hat, I can always say, I'm happy to spend 10 minutes with you extra after this meeting, but let's carry on with the agenda because there are 90 other people in the forum. That's all right. That's not disrespecting one individual. That is saying, I care about what you feel. I care about what your opinion is. But this forum is probably turning out the wrong forum to address that point. So I don't know, Harsha, if I answered that question of yours, but
yeah, actually,
bottom
I
line
have two
is,
questions, so you answered both of them. Yeah.
Bottom line is, as a leader, you've got to show care. If you're not showing care, today people are smart enough. Everybody understands what's going on. If it's just a facade you're putting on for someone else, you will come out loud and clear. People are smart enough; they understand, and therefore just show your care. Okay, I need a volunteer to come up and make a short presentation. So who will volunteer? I need somebody to, or I'll ask Ashminder to volunteer. You guys, if you don't volunteer, but I'm counting on you to volunteer.
I can do it if you want.
Of course, Shailesh, why not?
Yeah.
So unless you have an idea on what you want to speak on, I can ask you for a role play that there is a group of senior leaders who are visiting your office. You have been asked to pitch for 3 minutes on your team's successes and challenges. So assume you're in your own work environment, somebody who's like 2 levels, 3 levels, or whatever above you, maybe somebody from the board of directors visiting your office, and your CEO is asking you to present on your department. So all the good things that you guys have been doing and so on and so forth. But I'll give you only 3 minutes.
Okay, so I can start.
Absolutely. Okay. Ready when you are.
Oh, it's easy. When you're already doing it, it's pretty easy. Of course, I will not tell the things like.
Yeah, anything which is,
okay.
anything which is confidential or private, yeah, keep to yourself.
Yeah. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, I would like to give you idea about how we are taking this division ahead and trying to solve the problems which we encountered, and how we are locking these problems and creating the opportunities in current scenarios, in difficult scenarios, and moving ahead, how we are planning to increase the business and see or grow our division to the best possible way with alignment to the directors who have given us the mandate. So first of all, if we compare to our last 2 years, we will say, okay, we gradually grow by 25%. So 25%, when it comes to 25%, what we saw as a problem that the products which we were focusing was really good, but we could not get 100% out of it because we were scattered and we were not focusing or analyzing the products which will give us better solutions or better profit margins. This time, what our research team did is that they actually analyzed the product and the segments where we can do much better. And then we aligned our team to focus on these markets with these products. And you can see the results are now 40%, which is pretty good. This gives us a lot of confidence that we are actually solving our problem. We have problems in the logistics. We have problem in our communication, which is big hurdle for us. And so we appointed Mr. So-and-so as our logistic head, who is more, who is good in planning and taking 30 days planning in hand, which helps us a lot. And we see that our future is going to be much better because now we are focused on the quality product. We are focused on the quality customers. We are focused on the quality suppliers. We know our internal team is pretty strong. So that way we are going in the right direction. Now coming to the projection, what we see for coming years, we think we will be achieving at least 50% of growth for this next 2 years. And why so? Because the COVID is going to be in control, say within next quarter. And the moment it is in control, the opportunities are going to be increased by at least 50 to 60%. And we know certain segments or certain countries which are demanding, and they are just waiting because of the COVID scenarios. So we have a very good team. We increase in this time also. What we invested is in our team. We increased our team with a good talent. We trained them because now the workload is less. So our senior people also give a lot of time to train our people. So by for the next years, we will be really ready to accommodate or achieve the 50% target. I think I'm in 3 minutes.
Wonderful, wonderful, Shailesh. Round of applause. And even if you guys are muted, but if you show your video appreciation, that itself is wonderful. So Shailesh, well done. Let me ask you a question, Shailesh. Of course, I was being the difficult customer and I asked you to present without any preparation and stuff like that. What do you think, just do some introspection, what do you think you did well and what could you have done better?
See, first of all, I was not ready for this question.
Absolutely.
I was very general. I was very general because it's very easy to say, okay, what you can do better and what you have done better. Yeah. Or what you and you cannot say only what I did better. You also have to say what you fought well and what you win. Where you win the battle, where you win the wars. Yeah. So basically,
in terms of the content, it could have been much better. I acknowledge that.
But I was not having a content because the time was very short.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What else? What else could you have done differently?
So I should have thought about, when you are meeting me, I should have thought about you that this might come. And I should prepare myself for that there is an opportunity, that there will be an opportunity coming to my door and I should be prepared for it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah? So
wonderful.
That we could not see. Okay. We were not in the business meeting. So we were not.
Are you all right if I open this up as a question to the rest of the audience to see what their feedback is?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
So this is a learning laboratory, so there is no criticism for the sake of criticism, but we will talk about all the role plays here. And I hope I have the permission, Shailesh, not just of yourself, but maybe for the other speakers also subsequently, to say that, yeah, it's okay to have feedback from each other.
Sir, drill me down so that I know what I know.
No, nobody's going to drill you. but we are going to talk about tips and tricks of how you can improve. Absolutely.
Definitely.
So anybody else, from the rest of the participants who feel they can add value to say, what did Shailesh do well and what could he have done different?
May I come in, sir?
Of course you can.
Sir, first of all, he should have started with the challenges and then gone on to it. What is the product he is intending and whether it is essential or non-essential? What is the survey which he has to take up first before taking up the research? And he should have planned, if we are in the challenge in the post-pandemic, this is my base which we have come to, which we will not fall below this line. And what are the cost and benefit analysis and the new areas and the new avenues? And before talking to our product, etc., can we take opportunity in terms of aligning with the COVID as our benchmark and relating it our product and the service as the society? So that would have made you that you are looking after the society and economic angle both together.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Hari. And those are good points. You're asking to be more balanced, more impactful in terms of 360 environment and so on. Anybody else who has any other comments?
Yeah, Chandrasekhar, yeah.
Yeah, Chandrasekhar.
Towards the end, the way you concluded, giving a picture was good, where the company is heading and what will be the forecast, what he sees. That was good. But in between, there are a lot of phrases which could have been avoided. A lot of words which could have been avoided. So, as he used some crisp sentences in the end, even the middle and in the initial stages, if we had used the same kind of sentences which are crisp, and the attention of the listener would have been more. You would have gathered more attention from the listener.
Okay. Okay. So that's a good perspective as well in terms of choice of words or choice of phrases. Some others have raised their hands. So yeah, please feel free to talk.
Actually, the positives what I identified was there was a good amount of spontaneousness. He was able to relate a very short span of a few seconds. So he has created a thought, a story, what is to be spoken, what are the points he had in his mind, and I think that was a good.
Yeah. In fact, in my own mind, Chandrasekhar, and thank you for raising that point. I've already given a checkbox positive stroke to Shailesh in the field of being courageous. Because I'm a leadership coach, one of the things that I always look at for good leaders is courage and the ability to stand up, not knowing what's coming my way in the face of ambiguity, in the face of what will be my peers thinking about me, etc. To stand up itself is courageous leadership, and so Shailesh, well done on that. That's a straight off. You can pat yourself in this virtual world. You can pat yourself on the back, and it's as if I'm patting you. Okay. Anything else? Any other comment? Anybody else who wants to be a volunteer? Can we have a second volunteer? I'd love it if everybody participates. So if somebody who hasn't spoken up so far, would you want to come up on stage and be a volunteer?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, Ravi.
Sir, basically, I felt that Shailesh was very good, and which you actually said that thing. But I was thinking that if the objective, Mr. Chandrasekhar also one of the points says that he can be a crisp in his talk, and some of the points could have been cut short and to the point. No, we need not elaborate to the higher levels. This was my felt.
So, Ravi, let me put you on the spot. Would you want to be the next volunteer?
Sir, I want to be, yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So let's, so you take 3 minutes. I'll give you the same topic. There's a group of senior leaders who's visiting your office, and you've been asked to pitch for 3 minutes on your team successes and challenges. So 3 minutes, over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. First of all, welcome you, sir, on this forum. And I myself, Ravi Prakash Devara, I'm the head of internal audit in my company, and I thank you very much for giving me opportunity to help you in explain us what are the things we have done. We have set ourselves in the continuous control monitoring. These are our objectives. We have come up with our 72 new objectives which are under continuous monitoring. We have developed 10 new objectives in the recent 3 months over period. The COVID has helped us in developing those objectives because we could get more time on setting those objectives rather than doing the physical audits, because physical audits were stopped. So we could get brainstorming ourselves. And these are the things we are in a position to help the internal audit department for almost all areas, including finance, internal audit, finance, marketing, purchase, maintenance, and other areas. So thank you very much, sir. That's it.
Okay. You didn't take your 3 minutes, but that's all right. That's all right. So how did you feel you did, Ravi? What are the things you did well, and what could you improve on?
Sir, I got afraid maybe. One point is that when you asked, that was one of the points which I felt that I got afraid. Yeah.
So, but you volunteered. You raised your hand when I asked you the question. There was no hesitation in you saying yes. So actually, I'll say well done from the courage front. Internally, you may have been feeling a little fearful, but externally, at least you came across very well. Don't worry about that. Okay. So, what could you have improved on?
Sir, the sort of words. One is the sort of words.
So you did not take the full time. That
3 minutes, and though I'm not very elaborative, but words was I was not getting the words to tell.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Will somebody else? Are you all right if I ask the?
Sir, please. I want that.
So, any feedback for Ravi? How did you guys
he
feel?
spoke about all the positives of whatever they have done, but the challenges, he did not bring out any of the challenges.
So more balanced.
Yeah. Challenges. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Anybody else?
This is Krishnan. And some of the words Ravi keep on repeating it. Basically, particularly on the internal audit, he was repeating it a couple of times. But overall, as an impromptu speech, he has done it in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, at least he removed the stage fear and he spoke nicely. Again, as the other person said, he's not talking about the challenges or where the scope for improvement. So that he could have covered.
Sir, video. Thank you, sir. Sir, my video is not on because I'm using my desktop and I cannot have the video there.
Okay, fine. So let me, over the next few slides, let me share with you a few tips and tricks in terms of how to improve your presentation skills in front of large audiences and so on and so forth. Now, whether you have the best grammar, whether you have the best diction, whether the words come naturally to you or not, of course, that makes a difference. But the tips that I will give you have nothing to do with your vocabulary and diction and grammar and so on and so forth. You can still improve irrespective of, because I do understand obviously that English is a second language for all of us. But somewhere I feel you can still be an effective speaker in a presentation mode if you were to apply some of these learnings. I'll ask for 1 or 2 more volunteers, but the next volunteer should actually use these tips and tricks that I share. Huh? So yeah, if you're taking notes, then this is good time to take notes. Stories are facts wrapped in context. Again, I won't go into too much of detail here. I don't know if you've heard of Muhammad Yunus, the guy who opened Bangladesh's Grameen Bank. It's a very popular, in fact, it's a case study where he did virtually the opposite of what the grain, typical banking grain was, where he started giving microloans. especially for women in the rural parts of the country. And even he started off with a story. When he was asked to talk about his bank, he started off with a story which says it was a village woman named Sophia Begum who taught me the true nature of poverty in Bangladesh. Like many village women, Sophia lived with her husband and small children in a crumbling mud hut with a leaky thatch roof. To provide food for her family, Sophia worked all day in her muddy yard making bamboo stools, yet somehow her hard work was unable to lift her family out of poverty. And I wondered why. So he starts with a story, which is something that we've also spoken of. Let me show you one video, and this also talks to the storyline.
First student walks in, sits down, gets asked, "Why do you want to work in private equity?" I studied engineering at MIT. I have a very strong quantitative background, spent 4 years at Goldman Sachs after that. Now I'm finishing up my MBA at Harvard Business School. I've taken all the finance classes, private equity classes. I'm very strong quantitatively. I really love finance. Bravo, impressive. Next student comes in, student number 2, sits down. "Why do you want to work in private equity?" Yeah, my CV, you see that I went to MIT, I studied engineering, I've got the quant. I spent 4 years at Goldman. Now I'm finishing up at HBS. But the real reason I didn't appreciate it until yesterday, I called my dad last night, told him I was coming to this interview. I said, "Dad, they're going to ask me why I want to work in private equity. I need a good answer." First thing my dad asked me was, "What's private equity?" I explained to him. As soon as I did, he said, "You tell him it's because of bicycles." "What do you mean bicycles?" I said, "Remember those broken down, abandoned bicycles in the neighborhood? You kept bringing them home, put it in the garage, sandpaper it, spray painted, take your toothbrush outside, get all the rust off the chain. What'd you brush your teeth with anyway? Squirt WD-40 on it, replace the inner tube, sell it to some kid in the neighborhood for $100. You always had way more money than your friends from selling those bicycles. So if I understand you correctly, son, you explain to him tomorrow that it's what you've been doing since you were 12 years old. You sell bicycles. They need to hire you." Partner goes home that evening, is having dinner with her husband. He says, "How's recruiting going? Did you meet anyone interesting?" She says, "You will not believe this. I met this guy today. He said we should hire him because he's interested in finance." No, she's already forgot about him. He's gone. She's going to go home, tell the bicycle story to her husband that night. 10 years later, when the bicycle story guy is being promoted to partner in the firm, she's going to retell the bicycle story again now at his celebration. She's going to toast him, say, "You'll never believe what this sucker told me," retell the bicycle story to the people in the room, and she'll be able to remember it 10 years later. $100 becomes $300 because of inflation, but more or less it's the same story. Now, why does she do that? Why did she hire him instead of quant finance guy? Because she knows that in a year or 2 years from now, or maybe immediately, he's going to be sent to Thibodaux, Louisiana to meet Wade Boudreaux, who has a cement company. He's going to have to play golf with Wade Boudreaux and make Wade Boudreaux want to do business with him. Does Wade Boudreaux want to do business with quantitative I like finance guy or with the bicycle guy? If you know anything about Wade Boudreaux, you know what the answer is. Stories are going to create connections, generate sales, increase clients, all the stuff that matters. The CV stuff, that's there. That's impressive. That mattered a long time ago. What's going to matter in the future, much, much more, is the ability to connect, to tell stories. Stories.
Rajneesh, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I was saying, let's start using our right side of the brain as well. As chartered accountants growing up in the bottom half of the pyramid, corporate pyramid, we have typically be using only our left side of the brain. So now is the time. And the quotable quote I used was, "What brought you here will not get you there." So make sure that this is a skill that you acquire pretty fast, because the primary role that you have is building more leaders. The primary role that you have is influencing. And for both these, you have to use the right side of your brain. Okay, so the third piece, the first piece that I spoke to you about was stories. Second was bloody good questions. The third piece that I want to talk to you about is the ABCD approach. So what is ABCD approach in communication? A is for audience, B is for behavior, C is for channel, D is for design, and E is for evaluation. It's a very simple approach. Every single time when I'm asked to make a little presentation, in my mind, I'm following the ABCD approach. First question always is, who's your audience? Because if I do not know the audience well, then chances are that I'm going to be totally off the mark. So in yesteryears, when I'm head of technology and I'm making a presentation because we are launching a new IT system, if I'm presenting to the board or the senior leadership team, what are they interested in? They're interested more in the cost benefit analysis. They're more interested in what are the timelines? What is the benefit I will derive out of this entire exercise? What is the cash flow going to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet for the same topic, when I go to the middle management and the junior management, the frontline guys, I will be talking to them more about the screens and more about the functionalities and more about do what to do, etc. Go to what screen to do what, etc. So depending on the audience, my content of the presentation will change entirely. So first question definitely is who's the right audience? Then B is for behavior. What is the behavior that I want to change? So when the first time around, say Ashminder ji and I had this conversation on, will I present to you guys? My first question is, tell me a little about who the audience is. What is it that we want to communicate with them? What is the behavior we want to change? What are the various channels of communication? Of course, here the channel was already determined that it is going to be a virtual workshop and so on. But before you make any communication, whether it is an email, whether it is face-to-face, whether it is a WhatsApp message, what is the channel that you're going to use for communication? Determining the right channel is very important. If you've got to communicate a difficult message to somebody, if somebody is falling short of your expectations, you've got to wrap the person on the knuckles, etc. Writing an email is not good enough. There it has to be face-to-face, maybe one-on-one. So channel definition and so on. Then the design. So the actual content of what is the design. And E for evaluation. Like somebody said earlier on, that loop, we've got to close the loop. There has to be a feedback. Now, feedback doesn't necessarily mean feedback at the end of the presentation. Feedback also means eye-to-eye contact, making sure that I'm getting feedback from you guys. Are you engaged with what is being discussed? Does this make sense to you? Do you want me to course correct and change what we are speaking, and so on and so forth? Does this sound all right to you? Are you all right?
Yeah.
When you're telling your story, again, I want to break it up into 3 parts: connect, hear, and act. First, you must connect with the people in the audience who are participating, hear them, and then act accordingly. What do I mean when I say connect? Actually, there are these 3 broad tips that I can give you. One is prepare for a physical activity. So I'll give you my own example. Like I told you, I used to be a nervous wreck. When somebody used to ask me to come and stand up and on stage and talk or give a speech, I used to be petrified. My knees used to literally knock. one of the things I realized was that because of the nervousness, my throat used to choke, and consequently, the first half a minute or 1 minute was absolutely, off the chart, was bad. Because my heartbeat was going fast, the heart was palpitating, and therefore the nervous energy was easily showing to the audience. What I started doing was do a little bit of physical activity before I got on stage. So if I'm now called on as a chief guest on, and before I get onto the stage, even when I'm sitting in the audience, I've started moving my shoulders. I've started, moving my arms and legs a little. It's not obvious to the people, but it'll be under the table. For example, I'll be trying to rotate my feet and make sure that my ankles, are turning around and so are exercising and so on and so forth. So just get the blood circulation going. Because what I realize is that with the physical activity, with that blood circulation going, the nervous energy automatically drops in itself. So for all you introverts like me, if you feel that your first 30 seconds or first 60 seconds of a speech always go awry, then this is a very good tip I can give you, is prepare for a physical activity yourself. Actually, making sure that I have a glass of water close to where I'm speaking also is part of the preparation. So because I know that the vocal cords are going to be exercised, and therefore I better have something to soothe the nerves. What is a hook? I don't know if anybody can give a guess as to what is a typical hook. But I have to hook the attention of my audience. Now, some speakers will use a joke. Will start off with a joke as a hook. And I don't do that, because what I found, especially with global audiences, at times a joke will land properly, and at times a joke will not land properly. And if it does not land properly, then you've lost your audience. So I start off with a BGQ, with a bloody good question, with any question, in fact, for that matter. But why is a hook required? A hook is really required where if I'm starting off my presentation, I don't know if the people in the room are listening to me or not. So just a small question. So if you remember, even at the start of my presentation today, I asked you guys to tell me how much of how much focus are you going to give to this presentation. And you guys had said 8, 9s, and 10s, and so on and so forth. Actually, the question is only to get your attention, just to make sure that you're physically and emotionally, you're listening in. And once I know you're listening in, then I can start with whatever I had intended to cover. So often I find, especially where I am presenting to, say, the board of directors, I have a wonderful idea. I need to get their buy-in. I need them to sign off on $500,000 worth of spend over the course of the next 12 months. But before I start off with making my pitch, if I start making my pitch halfway through the pitch, or maybe 2 minutes or 5 minutes into the pitch, I realize these guys are not even listening in. Somebody is thinking about the fight he had with his friend. Somebody else is thinking of the scratch that his car has had. Somebody else is thinking of some other challenge, maybe a homework that he had to do for his child, etc., etc., etc. So make sure that you throw that initial hook. And a hook as a question is always, so for example, today when I start off my presentations with the board of directors, it is always the first question I will always ask these guys is, okay, ladies and gentlemen, how would you want an extra $1 million in your bottom line this year? Now, the moment I ask that question, I can be reasonably sure that everybody is listening into me. And so that initial hook has served its purpose. Now they're attentive, I can start making my pitch. So that's a hook. And do not start off your presentations, especially if it is important pitches, before you make that initial hook. Make it a conversation. So engage the audience. Keep asking questions every now and then. Don't have a just a flat tone in the entire exercise. Have a pause every now and then. You know, pauses reinforce words or messages that you want to give out. Make sure that you repeat some messages where you have to, make sure that you have to have an impactful message. Make it a conversation. In fact, don't even think of it as a speech. So I don't think of any such communication as a speech. It's always a conversation. Then telling your story, the part about actually how one of the mistakes I thought that that Shailesh and Ravi, if you guys volunteered in your piece, but you guys knew your subject so well, you dived into the details straight away. And that's something that I would guard against. Let me talk to you about this rule of three. Actually, there are two rules of three. So let me talk about both the rules of threes. So first rule of three is break your story into three parts. Whether you're given a 3-minute spiel or a 3-hour spiel or a 2-hour spiel or a 1-day spiel or whatever, but whatever is your speech or conversation going to be, divided into three parts. Say what you're going to say it, and then say what you just said. Let me repeat. Say what you're going to say, then say it, and then say what you just said. So if in the first 30 seconds, even if it is a 3-minute spiel, if in the first 30 seconds you say, okay, guys and girls, I have 3 minutes to tell you the achievements of department so-and-so over the course of the last 12 months. But at least then, as an audience, as a listener, I know what to expect. I know what's coming. If you remember, one of my first slides was this is what we're going to talk of in communication. And these are the three areas that we are going to cover in the entire 2 hours. So I told you that it's going to be 2 hours. I told you that these are the three elements that it's going to be, and so on and so forth. So say out loud as to what is your end game. Then, of course, give out your story. And the last piece is summarize. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, all of us are human beings, and therefore our absorption power is limited. Each one of us will absorb only 2 or 3 things at the end of the entire exercise. So I know I may give you whatever messages over the 2 hours, but you will remember only 2 or 3 things. You will not remember more than 2 or 3 things. I can virtually guarantee that. So it is my job, therefore, as a leader, to influence what are those 2 or 3 things that I want you to remember. And therefore, summarizing is important. So make sure you summarize, and you always close with an actionable. Because whatever is your conversation about, there has to be a reason why you're doing it. So the reason maybe when you're presenting to the board of directors is that you're asking for an approval. So please close with that action line. Say, okay, guys and girls, I'm expecting whatever $500,000 in terms of approval for us to get you this this return on investment and so on and so forth. But always close with the actionable. Eyes looking out for feedback. We've already spoken about this. It becomes difficult in the virtual world, but make sure one way or the other that you are always keeping the people engaged. And vary your pitch and tone. So bring in a few exclamations, bring in a few question marks, and so on and so forth. So let it not all be statement full stop, statement full stop, statement full stop, and so on and so forth. And the last part is, of course, you want to finish with a call to action. Amplify WIFM. WIFM is what's in it for me, and summarize. So amplify what's in it for me. Why should you as the audience be careful or care for what do I have to tell you? And then pause for highlighted effect. Those are some of the points that I would want of you when you're standing up on stage and talking and presenting. I want to make sure that that stays as the flow. I'll share with you one other presentation, wonderful presentation, and I'm sure you've heard of Malala, a girl from Afghanistan. So very consciously, I've chosen this clip where the background of this girl is not highly educated. She's not been formally trained on communication skills and so on and so forth. But yet, what a wonderful and impactful speech she makes in the UNO. I wanted to share with you.
Some people call me the girl who was shot by the Taliban. As far as I know, I'm just a committed and even stubborn person who wants to see every child getting quality education. When my world suddenly changed, my priorities changed too. I had two options. One was to remain silent and wait to be killed. And the second was to speak up and then be killed. I chose the second one. I decided to speak up. I tell my story, not because it is unique, but because it is not. Though I appear as one girl, 5 foot, 2 inches tall, if you include my high heels. I am not a lone voice. I am many. I am Malala, but I'm also Shazia. I'm Kainat. I'm Kainat Somro. I am Mozoon. I am Amina. I am those 66 million girls who are deprived of education. In year 2015, representatives from all around the world will meet. It is not time to tell the world leaders to realize how important education is. They already know it. Their own children are in good schools. Now it is time to call them to take action for the rest of the world's children. So it becomes the last time that we see a child deprived of education. Let this end with us. Let's begin this ending together, today, right here, right now. Let's begin this ending now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So how did you feel about this presentation that she made? What struck a good chord with you? What did you like? And if anything, what did you not like about this presentation?
There is nothing to be not liked about this. Can I speak, please?
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course.
So the content is definitely very rich, and she was able to communicate very well what she thinks of how people are suffering there, how the girls are suffering in Afghanistan or other thing, and how these girls are deprived of education and various other things. You see, this particular speech, if I say, Malala, after that particular incident of shooting on the head, I think. You see, she was picked up by these US forces or UK forces, I mean, and then she was given a complete education or training on all these things, and she was prepared for all this. Otherwise, she was not that kind of a girl who could speak like this. But definitely, she picked up all these things and out of interest, and she has done a very fantastic presentation here. Speaking in front of so many people shows her leadership qualities there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sushil ji. Who else? A few of you had their hands raised.
I just wanted to add something. This presentation actually was from her true life story. So she was very much clear what she wants to present and what attention she wants. She was very clear about the content. She related it to her true life story. So I think the way she was speaking, there were emotions as well in her words.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why she was able to connect.
So Tarandeep, was she using the left side or right side of her brain?
I think both the sides, because with her heart, even with her heart.
So it's the emotional side she was addressing more than the number. Of course, there were a few numbers there as well, but mostly she was addressing the right side of the brain, which is the emotional side. Was there call to action?
Yes.
So strong message, focused message, like Sridhar says. And there was a call to action, like D'Souza sir is also saying. So, okay. Or what else? What else? Any other comment? What are the 2 or 3 things that you remember from the last 2 or 3 slides? Now, for waiting for the next volunteer to come up, what were the 2 or 3 things that that you heard from the last 2 or 3 slides that you will remember when you are making your next presentation? Will somebody else? Again, I would encourage somebody who's not yet spoken. So rule of 3 is 1. Not repeating what is known to the audience, okay. ABCD model, okay. Action. Okay, rule of 3. So let's hear from some of you. We have a few ladies in this virtual meeting. Can I request one of the ladies to step up this time? Hello? Yeah, Hook, Weave a web around the content, BGQs. So you're getting the right thing. I think you've been listening in. So can I ask one more volunteer to please stand up and make a presentation? I'm not going to force anybody, but I would definitely urge maybe if one of the women leaders can stand up.
Kusum. Kusumji.
Sir, Kusumji has just taken a break for a while.
Sakshi Soniji.
Anybody else? I mean, I don't want to put the spotlight on anybody. So anybody else? But yeah, I'd encourage somebody who's not had an opportunity so far to present.
Who else? I think Harsha. Harsha, is that?
Ananya ji. All right.
Madam.
Sakshi Soniji, you're looking at me, so might as well volunteer.
Rajneesh ji, can I say one thing?
Haan, boliye na, please.
Just one thing. When I started my career as sales, my owner of the company said, when you are talking, the other people are students. So don't fear talking because whatever you will say, probably they will learn something out of it. That is the
Absolutely.
confidence you should have.
Absolutely. 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 So who wants to come up? Anybody? Or let me remove any constraints or anything. Anybody who hasn't presented in this forum yet can volunteer. Come on, folks. You're all senior leaders.
I can volunteer. Like I just want to take out of the recent projects which I did out of my curiosity. I hope
Okay. Okay, Madhu Babu.
As a startup I'm working in a startup right now. Before getting into the discussion, good evening, friends. So I was working in startup for last 2 years, and then startup there will be no process. Everything is scattered, and there will be a lot of scope for something to contribute to the company. And so if I have to break up entire problem statement, I have observed a lot of senior folks are worrying about server cost. So I silently started working on server cost. How do I optimize and then give a presentation? I had spent my personal time around some 35 to 45 hours, and I had break down the entire problems, entire server cost of last 3-4 months. In startup, particularly in companies which are into the social media, the server cost will come to 30-35% of their total cost. Considering the materiality, what I had breakdown and then given the gist of points where we can how we can reduce the cost. One is into optimization, another one is the rate negotiation, another one is the hedging the conversion risk. These are the 3-4 buckets I have picked up, and then given them, I had requested for a half an hour time, and then presented the entire my 40 hours of effort, and then converted that into 20-25 crores annual saving for the company. And the next day I had been promoted. This is the short story. Like I have done something I can remember in the last my 3-4 years of experience. I felt this is worth sharing. The reason what I want to tell is opposition doesn't knock your door. You may have to make opportunities from the discussions which happens in team conversations. This is the message I want to communicate. That's all.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Madhu Babu. Again, if you introspect, the question to you still, did you apply some of the learnings that we had within this forum? Did you apply those? What did you do well, and what could you have done better?
I think one I can I have noted down already. What I remembered, like it's like right now I'm just thinking in line with my company because I had want to grow there because I had seen potential opportunity there, and then I had a footmark in the company. What I've noted down in the last 1 hour session from your end is, I think you need to summarize and then present something which is loud and clear. From whatever the gist you are mentioning, hook, whatever the communication skills, what I felt is I need to make something again from the reporting point of view, which will be loud and clear and then crisp, and then makes you as a leader, and then I know I'm sounding little generic because I had planned something, but which is again in specific to the company's agenda, but not very clear to the communication. This is what I'm not able to frame up the live, but I had made out couple of points. I think definitely that helped me to present myself in the next 1 week time. but I'm not able to present in line with the.
No worries. No worries. It's a difficult task to, give you a few tips and tricks and then ask you to implement straight away. It takes time. Any behavior change takes time. So don't worry. As long as you practice it a few times, it's like swimming. If I throw you into the swimming pool, having given you a few tips and tricks on how to swim, I don't expect you to become a swimmer, straight away. So you will make your faults, you will make your errors. There will be water that will go up your nostrils when I throw you into the water, and so on and so forth. So that's quite all right, Madhu Babu. Don't worry. But yeah, more and more practice. I think the key message which is coming out from these last 2 or 3 slides is build in some structure in your entire flow. Do not jump right in. Even if I were to ask you, let me make an equation to the written communication piece, which you guys had covered with Pratik ji earlier on. If for that written communication also, if I were to ask you to say, okay, don't make a speech for 3 minutes, just write down a summary over a blank sheet of paper. You will not write statement full stop, statement full stop, statement full stop, statement full stop, etc. for the entire A4 size page, right? You will probably, because if you do that, then I'm going to fall asleep. As a reader, I'll fall asleep. So what will you do? You'll break it up into paragraphs. And possibly my slides are telling you to say, break it up into 3 paragraphs. Somehow this number 3 has some magic. What magic does 3 have? The power of 3. But we as a human being, we tend to divide everything up in our life in 3s. So for example, the time scale is divided up into past, present, and future. Space is divided into here, there, and everywhere else. It's you, me, and them. So we've somehow divided up the world into 3 parts. Maybe that's how our brain works the best. And that's why this 3 paragraphs I've seen has worked out very well. So make out paragraphs, maybe give out a paragraph heading, maybe underline that paragraph heading, maybe underline any other point that you want to highlight, etc., etc., etc. So similarly, when you're giving a speech, you will highlight some elements of the speech. You will break it up into 3 parts. You will have a summary bottom line at the end and a call to action. So that's the one message that I've given you over the last half an hour or so in terms of how you can improve your presentation skills. There is a beautiful book for those of you who want to read more about the subject. Steve Jobs has written a beautiful book on powerful presentations. I'd encourage you to read that if you're interested in this topic. What I have is a couple of slides, maybe 2 or 3 slides on some of the highlights and some of the learnings from there, where I thought that, again, it'll reinforce some of the messages I'm already sharing with you. So as you sit down to prepare for your presentation, make sure that you have a storyboard before your presentation. If you have to make it sound effortless on stage, hours of efforts have to go into the preparation. Persuasive presentation, first give the big picture before the details. One of the problems with the first 2 presentations that we had was because you're experts, because you know your stuff so well, you dive into the detail directly. And from a listener point of view, that is not a good idea. So you have to first give me the big picture in terms of, what's the bird's eye view before you dive into the details. And answer that one question, why should I care to listen to you? Eliminate the buzzwords and jargon and acronyms, etc. What causes your excitement? Develop 3 key headlines. So even these guys, even Steve Jobs and the Apple team, even they talk of 3 key headlines that grab attention for the audience. And as part of the storyline, introduce the villain. What happens if we do not do this? If you're making a proposal for acceptance, you're making a pitch to the senior management, then the villain is, what happens if we do not do this? What's the problem statement? What is the solution? This helps the persuasion as it gets people together against the challenge. Achha, this is a very good point. Creating the presentation, headlines are concise and look at it from the customer's point of view. So, when they launched the first iPod, Apple iPod, the technicians were telling Steve Jobs to talk about the 16 GB storage disk. But they did not advertise, when they went into the advertisement, they did not talk of saying that this iPod is such a wonderful device, it has 16 GB of storage disk. They talked about this has 100 songs to put in your pocket. So all I'm saying is that whatever numbers you use, put it in the context of the listener, of the receiver, because the message has to make sense from a receiver's point of view, not from your point of view. Dress up the numbers, we've spoken about that, give the context. So twice the performance at half the price. That's a better way to talk about it rather than give absolute numbers. Twitter-like headline statements, especially if you want to give paragraph headings. So when Apple introduced the first iPhone, they used this catchphrase, "Today Apple reinvents the phone." And in the rest of the presentation also, they put in the same statement a few times. So the last statement, last slide of the presentation was, "Today Apple reinvents the phone." Because of that reinforcement, guess what was the headline in tomorrow's newspapers? It was all, "Today Apple reinvents the phone." So you can influence people by repetition. It's like highlighting and bold and underlining and so on and so forth. And use analogies and metaphors. A presentation can be divided into acts, maybe 3 acts. And this is exactly what we've spoken of already. And the last part in terms of making the presentation, dress a little better, share the stage with key partners, show your excitement for the subject, vary the tone of the pitch and of your talking, and pause for effect. Whenever you make a highlight point, pause, even if it is for half a second longer, but it just reinforces that point. And hammer the headline again and again and again during the presentation. People will forget what you said, but will remember how you made them feel. And therefore, that right brain connection is extremely important. So those are some of the points that I wanted to share with you when it comes to making presentations, standing up on stage, even if you're not very confident in terms, and there is stage fright and so on and so forth. It happens to quite a lot of us. But if you follow some of these tips and tricks, it comes out quite nicely, is my own experience. Any questions that you may have on this so far? Any comments or any points? Anybody?
How do you differentiate between a speech and a normal communication? Isn't it speech is also a communication?
Yeah, every speech, in fact, you should treat like a communication.
And sometimes you see, if you still, we all know there have been speeches where the leaders are speaking at a tone, and we, be it 10-year-old, 20-year-old, even for World War I or II, we still remember those speeches,
Yeah,
be it
absolutely.
of Hitler, be it of anybody else.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the tone, the high pitch, the whole kind of presentation they do on the
The
stage.
energy and the passion, the feeling. I
passion.
think the feeling comes out loud and clear.
Yes. So all that is part of the communication skills, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. As leaders, all of us are expected to be able to communicate the vision of the organization, the mission of the organization, the top 3 goals. So if I'm the CEO, I'm standing up, I want to tell the company saying these are the top 3 goals I want to achieve as an organization, this year. But those are all passionate statements. I can't be reading off a piece of paper. It has to come in, as a passion flows in, as the energy flows in.
Nirmala, how do you define these the kind of communication which takes place in newsrooms these days? I mean what kind of communication you will call it? I mean, there are
while
certain
it is
channels.
a conversation with it, while it is a conversation with the media, and I have a separate segment on media, but while it is a conversation, no doubt about that. I think the choice of words and choice of thought is very important because you're representing a thinking. So if I'm the CEO of Aviva and I'm standing in front of a media man or a group of media men who are asking me questions, I'm not representing myself, I'm representing the organization. And therefore, I must be very clear with what are the 2 messages that I want to give out, to these guys, and give out those 2 messages. Today, when you hear some of the politicians and so on and so forth, there is, something called a cabinet responsibility, which each one of these politicians or each one of the leaders, even in corporate world, will have. Now, I may disagree with what has been discussed and agreed at a senior leadership team meeting. But as the CFO, for example, if I come out of a meeting and somebody asks me what happened, and I say, oh no, how the CEO has made this decision, I don't necessarily agree with it. That has just destroyed the credibility of the entire senior leadership team. So there is a cabinet responsibility that you have to fulfill outside of your team. You're representing a team, you're representing an organization. So you've got to be very careful about the words that you use. The choice of words, the choice of thoughts is extremely important, which unfortunately quite often, in the political stage, one sees, people talk of the foot and mouth disease. There'll be some words that will be used which should have been thought twice before using. It should not have been used at all, etc. So I think the one word I'll say here is be careful of the words you use. When you were junior, your words didn't matter that much. But once you become more and more senior in a corporate life, every word you use matters. So be very careful of the language you use. Sorry, 2 or 3 guys have raised their hands. So please, let's hear you.
Rajnish, one question I have is lot of people stress that emotions and then your true picture while communicating to the audience makes you a good leader and it will connect you with the audience. But while talking, how do we have to draw a line? Or the question is, how do we practice such that you don't cross the line of too much expression, but at the same time you express your intention, which will connect with the audience?
See, Madhu Babu, I don't know if you've heard of the term authentic leadership, but authentic leadership is all about my true self coming out. Gone are the days, maybe 20, 30 years ago, the mindset was that a CEO is like a superhuman, knows everything, is absolutely not fallible, and that was a great leader. Today, a great leader is an authentic leader, somebody who cares about his people, somebody who's willing to show his vulnerability. I have stood up in front of so many of my employees, and I've told them my strengths, I've told them my stated weaknesses, I've told them these are the things that I am weak in, and I want to work on these areas of weaknesses and so on and so forth. There is nothing wrong in that. If anything, you build up your own credibility as a leader. If you're coming out as vulnerable, to say you have strengths, you have weaknesses, I have strengths, I have weaknesses, and we will win as a team. I will do my best, but I will need your support. So bringing out your vulnerabilities, bringing out your emotions, there is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. If people see your emotion as well. How you associate with them, how you show your care for them, that is what matters. And that is what communication will help you with. Anybody else before I move on to this next slide?
So, sir, I have small thought process when I do my audit committee presentation. Usually, it's general response from the audit committee members as well as the management that now your presentation are too long and you are taking too much of time. So means like how to make sure myself that to be concise and like
so that's what, in fact, we spoke about this video capsules that you got to make. Very soon we are going to come to that stage where you are given 3 minutes, and in 3 minutes you've got to make a video capsule making a pitch or making a report. Now, therefore, I would suggest when today, I don't know if you guys have been familiar with the recruitment technique as well. As a leader, as a senior leader who recruits quite a lot, I do a lot of recruitment using a technique called competency-based assessment technique. Competency-based assessment is what I'm checking out. So I want to check out, for example, Ravi, if I am interviewing you for a job, and say one of the competencies I'm looking for is people handling skills. So I will not ask you generic questions around tell me how do you handle people, etc., etc. I'll tell you, Ravi, you've got to give me one example. Give me one example. I give you 5 minutes, but give me one example of how you, in an actual situation over the last 6 months, how were you able to turn around the performance of an employee in your team?
So you want? I want to answer or no?
No. Please don't answer. But I just wanted to give you this as an example to say that more and more leaders are coming up with situations where in 3 minutes or 5 minutes you've got to give them a story. Where what are you trying? And this rule of three is a brilliant, will play wonders. So say what you're going to say it, and then summarize. So if I'm given a 5-minute talk to say that, okay, in 5 minutes, tell me, or if your boss tells you to say, okay, tell me about this audit you did recently with Department ABC, and I'm giving you 3 minutes to do that. If I were in your shoes, what I'd say is, okay, I'm going to tell you talk to you in the next 3 minutes about this audit that I conducted at this department. The problem statement was, or the problem statement is, that this company is losing money or this department is losing money hand over fist. Okay. We did these 3 things to rectify the situation, but at the end of the thing, we have turned around the situation, and today the company is making so much of profit. The 3 things that we did and that again is the rule of 3, that we did this with the customers, we did this with the employees, blah, blah, blah. We did this with the shareholders, and so on and so forth. So break yourself into 3 paragraphs. And in bottom line summary, I want to say that we've turned around this department, which was not making money, into a multi-million-dollar revenue making machine. So I've given you a 3-minute slot, but in 3-minute slot, you've told me exactly what you had to, but you've structured it. You've structured it with the power of 3.
Okay.
Using 3 paragraphs, starting with the headline of saying, what is it that you achieved? What are the results? The most important part of the discussion is what are the results. So you're starting off with the end of the story saying, we've managed to get the result of $500,000 sale. And at the bottom again saying, these are the 3 activities we did, and therefore this is how we were able to turn around the situation. Okay. Now, if you give this as a story, it's very clear, and it's taken only 3 minutes. Maybe you can add something at the end that says, if you want any specific detail, I'm happy to give you 5 additional minutes for that. But that's his call. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Ravi, are you
Sir,
all right?
yes, sir. Definitely,
Okay.
sir.
Excellent.
So
I just
Nitish is
wanted to
saying something.
spend 5 minutes before we are getting to a stage where we are ready to close, but just 5 minutes on digital body language. More and more are working from home, so this has become a via means of communication rather than on stage and informal and so on and so forth. I thought I'll give you a few tips here as well. So first and foremost is look into the camera, not your notes. Quite a few of us, in fact, even when I saw, as I joined in early, when I saw quite a few of us, even right now, had the screen and therefore the camera facing up to the at an incline and facing up to the ceiling. So really what the audience is seeing of you is not a frontal image, but that of at an incline, and seeing your chin and nose rather than seeing your eyes. So look into the camera, not your notes. If it means that your laptop has to be placed at a height so that your camera comes in at an eye level, then this is the new language that you have to learn. You don't have a choice. This is the world is getting more and more digital, so we have to pick up the skill. Start and finish on time, respect for each other. Choice of words and medium is so important. Whether I'm going to use a WhatsApp medium, whether instant messaging, whether I'm going to use emails, whether I'm going to use digital video means or whatever else. And then what is right, what is wrong? I heard even Prateek talking of different written forms. So what do you make out of okay with 3 exclamation marks, or somebody else says okay with a full stop, or somebody else says just K? But you've got to have, today there are 2 different or 3 different generations altogether that are working in the same office. And as a HR head, I know, I've had challenges of how do you handle that in the same cafeteria, a 45, 50-year-old guy is chatting with a 25-year-old guy, is chatting with a 35-year-old guy. And those are different challenges. In the digital world, there are today guys who I call digital natives. They've been born and brought up in the digital world. This comes naturally. So a K is quite natural to somebody who's a digital native. Now, as a senior, if I start to feel bad about that, then I will not deal with the digital natives. I am a digital convert. I grew up when digital was not that up and going, but today it is. And if I have to deal with people who are 25 and 30 years of age in my team, then I have to learn to deal with that, the millennial employees. There is no right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. But we've got to adapt to the communication. Teaches us that we've got to listen from the other person's perspective. Step into the shoes of the other person and then think. We said short video capsules. Get ready for this. This is coming. CVs. I see so many CVs on LinkedIn today, which are video rather than on paper. So make sure that that we transition into this world. And the leader is becoming more and more of a showbiz conductor, handling extroverts, handling introverts in your team, handling multitaskers, pausing, thinking time. When I'm having a meeting face to face with you, if I ask you a question, I will give you time to, scratch your chin, give you time to think, give you time to reflect. But on a video conference, the moment there is silence, I start to get worried. Actually, I should not. I should not. That's part of the thinking time that I should accept as a pause and thinking time. Assume best intent, mindset of communicating what's on your mind. Because brevity does indeed cause confusion. If you're writing an email to somebody and the subject line is blank, you're causing confusion in the mind of the other person. So make sure that you're communicating what's on your mind. So digitally, body language is very important. Handling media, I think we've spoken about it to some extent, but be very clear about the top 1 or 2 objectives why you are having this meeting. So as the head of Aviva, if I'm being interviewed, then I know what are the 2 things that I want. And even if I do not answer the question directly, but maybe tangentially, but bring out the answer that I was sitting here to do that is quite all right. Notice the last point there that I make for you guys. It's not a CA exam. You can give tangential answers and cover your objectives first. In fact, that's what I would suggest most. Because what's important is not the question of the media guy. What's important is what is the answer that you want to make sure that the world knows about. So be specific and concrete, know when to stop. Do not be afraid to have filler space. A media guy, he or she has been trained to stop after a certain answer. So after you've answered and you've given 1 or 2 lines of answer, if you don't stop and if you let their space be not be as a filler, you will probably start off with a 3rd statement which you never intended giving him in the first place. So make sure that it's all right to have filler space and make sure you know when to stop. Repeat to highlight the key messages, and the media loves extremes, highest, lowest, most, first, etc. Sorry, somebody wanted to say something. Okay. So 3 words again, the magic of 3. Focused media interaction we've covered, presentations with structure and energy, and elevator pitches where I give you the example of a competency-based assessment where how do you structure a story in 3 minutes or 5 minutes? You have to become more and more succinct in what you want to explain and how, because that is the new world that we are living in. Less is more. Do not become too verbose. Do not become, Winston Churchill, he was asked to summarize on a particular day what was happening in World War II. He was the Prime Minister of UK during World War II. So he gets a message from the Queen saying, can you briefly describe what happened in World War II today? And he gave a full page of answer. And his last line was saying, I apologize, I did not have enough time to structure a paragraph for you. Otherwise, my answer would have been in a paragraph. So less is always more. 1 paragraph is better than 1 page. 1 page is better than 5 pages of description. But you must be very clear as to what are your top 2 or 3 line messages that you want to give out. I think this will knock off. Those are the 3 things that we have covered: formal communication, informal elevator pitches, and competency-based assessments I've covered there, and influencing your board in short presentations, and media handling was maybe a small element in there. So any questions or comments that you may have, maybe I'll pause and stop my share here so that we can at least start to see ourselves over video.
So Virmani, can you please tell us a bit about, when there is a communication gap, of some time, how to fill that gap? And if you want to start a communication with that person, say there is a gap of 1 year or 2 years with somebody, and you earlier worked with that person, and you want to communicate with that person. So how do you fill that gap? What is the best way to start the communication?
So Sushilji, best way to start, my opinion, is BGQs. Bloody good questions. So you have to show curiosity first. If say you and I are acquaintances, we have worked together in a previous organization, but for the last 2 years, we are out of touch. The best way for me, if I come to you and talk to you about all the great things I've been doing myself over the last 2 years, to my mind, there is a probability that you'll get bored and you'll get tuned off. The best way to make sure that I pass on the message that I care for you, Sushilji, is to ask you a question. Aur kya chal raha hai? What are some of the challenges that you have faced? What are some of the things that you've been doing over the 2 years? What are some of the achievements that you're really proud of? What's happened on your personal front? How's family? So curiosity. We underestimate listening skills of a leader. But to my mind, one of the best ways is showing curiosity. The best ways to build relationships is showing curiosity. What is the first thing you did when you met that girl, and the girl you said, okay, this is one girl I'm interested in growing more relationships with, and maybe today the girl is your girlfriend or wife or whoever. But what is the first thing you did with her? Ask questions, show curiosity. The more curiosity you show, the better is your relationship getting to be. Chandrasekhar, you have a hand up. Chandrasekhar, you wanted to say something? Sushilji, did you get your answer that you were looking for?
Yes. Thank
Anybody
you.
else?
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah, Anand.
So at times it may happen that someone is asking a question and you suddenly goes blank. So how do you manage such situation, and what could be the reason behind it? You know everything, but still maybe you go blank at times.
Yeah, there's a whole big topic on the power of the subconscious mind. Unfortunately, to answer that question in a meaningful way, I'll have to talk a lot about human psychology and behavior and why we behave the way we behave. And I don't think time permits us to do that. But for the purpose of this discussion, what I would say is that if you are feeling at the loss of words, if you're feeling stumped, then say so. I would rather hear, and that's what authentic leadership is all about. I would rather, if I have to grow respect for you, Anand, I must know your true self. If you're trying to present a facade, if you're trying to present a false front, I'm smart enough to get to know, to say ki ye goli de raha. So therefore, I would suggest do not weave an incorrect storyline. I would rather hear from you saying, oops, that stumps me. I'm not sure I know the answer. I will find that answer for you and come back to you within 2 days. And that's a beautiful, unfortunate, and I've led global teams. I've led American and British and European and Indian teams. Somehow in India, we feel shy of saying, I'm sorry, I don't know. And this is more an Indian syndrome than a global syndrome. It is a human behavior true of the rest of the world also, but it is more true of Indians that we don't want to ask for help. We feel it's a sign of weakness that if I raise my hand and saying, I think I need some help here, guys, who can help me here? Somehow we feel weak, and it's not a sign of weakness. Somehow we feel, uncomfortable asking for, can you repeat that again? I'm not sure I understood that the first time around. Or I don't know much about the subject. I can find out the answer for you. So it's all right to come out. That would be my suggestion to you as a coach and mentor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, who else? Any other comment? Otherwise, Ashwinder,
Rajneesh ji, one
you're
question
back.
here. See,
Hanji Chandrasekhar.
some people, we know that they're extremely busy, they're tied up with many things. And while communicating to them, invariably, sometimes we try to pace up our conversation and miss out some details because we think that, okay, this person is very busy and his time is important. We should not be consuming more of his time.
So one of the mistakes, very valid point. Who is the communication for? If I am communicating to you, Chandrasekhar, then the communication is not meant for me. It is for you. As a leader is a very selfless job. It's all about the follower. It's not about the leader. So if I'm communicating to you, it is because of you. If you suddenly tell me, Chandrasekhar, let's assume that I've come ready with a half-an-hour presentation. You tell me, Rajneesh, I'm sorry, things have changed. I'm in a hurry. I have to be out of this room in 5 minutes. Now, some of us, I know, I've seen some of the leaders say, don't worry, sir, I have 25 slides. I will go through those 25 slides in 5 minutes. Don't worry, sir. I appreciate you have 5 minutes. I will go through the 25 slides in 5 minutes. Crap. He will not understand anything. So out of that 25 slides, pick up the one slide which you can explain in 5 minutes, and that is it. Everything else you can leave for the next time. But you have to adapt to the situation. You have to adapt to the listener. You can't be saying, I'm in this cocoon, I'm in this world of my own. I don't care whether it makes sense to you or not. I will tell you this. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. So it's all for the listener. It's all for the follower. Leadership is all about followers. There's nothing to, it's a very selfless act. Okay, Ashwinder, back to you. I think I've overstepped my time.
Actually, you took exactly 2 hours. I mean, to the T. So it's just that the questions came subsequently, and that you started also at 4:32 and you finished exact at 6:32. So I'm so pleased that even time management was exceptional. May I request Mohammed Shafiq? I mean, I want to tell before that he's actually my classmate, and I'm very proud. See where he's gone and where I am today. So I must say, exceptional.
Hey, you can't say that, Ashwinder.
Yeah. So
people have given an arm and a leg to achieve what you achieved. So
can I ask one question?
Of course, you can.
Which class you are? You are really surrounded by so intellectuals. So many, every connection you have really good connection. So you are really lucky, Ashwinder ji.
I am lucky, sir. I'm lucky to have very good friends and now the very good batch. So when you guys leave, each one is going to be a friend of mine, so that I can say next time that Shailesh ji was with me in this batch.
No, I will be honored to say I studied with Ashwinder ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, no, personally, I'd also love to stay in touch with you guys. I'm more than happy. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook. If you feel worthwhile, then yeah, I'd happy to stay in touch.
And his mission is to make more leaders. So I think that's great. May I request Mohammed Shafiq ji to please kindly give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ashwinder sir. Sir, you have won all our hearts. So you have conquered a lot of heights. So I can just say that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks today evening. Rajneesh Virmani ji, on behalf of all the attendees, I would like to express our gratitude for being with us today. It was a knowledgeable and informative session. I'm sure that the insights you have shared, formal communications, informal elevator pitches, influencing board, bonus tips about media is useful to all of us. I'm also adding a new word to my vocabulary today. It's bloody good questions. The value of leader increases as you have more BGQs. I've experienced myself that people with senior leadership, when they ask blind questions, I underrate them. So that's true. But the takeaway I take home today is the questions you have asked upfront. How do we win the heart of people with numbers? I think that's where we as a chartered accountants from finance industry, we have to use our right side of the brain, be creative. That's a question which I have to ponder over and over and reflect. Once again, thank you for your time and insights. And I know that I won't get this opportunity again. So let me take this moment to also express my heartfelt gratitude to Ashwinda sir. So honestly, I don't have words to describe the passion and energy you bring in to run this show amidst all the challenges. I believe that it's definitely a reflection of the spirit of the country serviceman and love for the country. Huge respect right from the bottom of the heart and salute. Let me also thank CA Denavas ji. He always accepts our invitation whenever we invite him to present sessions to IC Abu Dhabi chapter members. His energy, the commitment, and the time he spends for the profession is remarkable. I also want to express the gratitude to the leaders of ICI and also the Alma Mater Institute itself. And finally, let me also thank all the volunteers out there. You all are the unsung heroes of this show. C.A. Tarun, Kusumji, and everyone. Finally, thank you all the attendees. I hope you all had some quality time with some good takeaway like me. Thank you for the engagement, time, and patient listening. Have a lovely and blessed evening. Jai Hind, Jai ICI. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Mohammed Shafiq ji, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Rajneesh.
I'll back off. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Anything anybody wants to clarify? Because before we say Jai Hind and Jai ICI, I've already covered everything. Monday, 11:59 is the last time for the assignment. It's very simple. Like one of our friends, Dharmesh ji, said half an hour. Just half an hour. And anything you want to ask me or anything, because now only 2 weeks are left, remember? And you will miss this time. One thing I wanted to ask you, if it is possible, and you know, last batch used to tell me that after that, suddenly they had nothing to do for some time. So there was a drift. For that, this time I was thinking, you know, if you guys want, then I can arrange on vision, you know, in times of uncertainty, in times of economic downturns, how do you retain the vision and how do you do well? So, and I'll try to tell them to cover some time management also into it. And should I do that on 23rd? Though this I'll be doing a national kind of a seminar, we'll have other people also there. So if you are keen, I'll do it. And it'll also be a kind of a last farewell with, yeah. So a lot of guys are saying yes.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Great, great, great. And we'll have this, a very good prolific speaker is there. And somebody is not going to charge us money also. Anything else you would like to ask me? Anything, please.
Sir, one question I have. This is Kamlesh. I am not able to see assignment 1 in my Google Classroom. I can see assignment 2, 3, and 4. Should I personally email you on your ID?
Yes, sir. Google was started in after assignment 2, sir. So if you could send me by email, I'll be very grateful. But I'm so impressed that there are very few people left now. Most are sending it, and that hardly any number is left. Yeah. Kamlesh, please send me directly.
Yeah, sure. I'll remind you.
Even I also was unable to download the assignment 1, sir.
Yeah. So it's a difficulty in downloading assignment 1. Finally, I was able to do it in Word format.
Because it's going to some Google Drive and all. It's
correct. And then you have to select something. I selected ultimately, eventually after 3-4 attempts. Eventually, I was able
it just
go. Put it in the group on a new window, then it is easy to download. It downloads in a Word. If you want, I can send it across through the WhatsApp on the WhatsApp.
Okay. Kamlesh, I'll send it to you.
Share it in the
No,
group.
you can send it to me. That is not the issue. I'm not seeing assignment 1 in the window of Google Classroom. So when I have to upload,
okay.
where do I upload? I'll not be able to do that.
Okay.
Any other question? Because I've seen the teams really becoming strong now. There are a lot of integration.
We are there for 8 weeks. So now the bonding has increased between all the people, between all the members.
Commodore, you have to do a magic for that 1 point shortage.
Because now both of you are doing 10 every time, and you are doing it well before time. It's not that last minute working out. So yeah, what I can say is that within ±1, 2 teams are the best. So there is no question of somebody being second. Right, sir? Should we say Jai Hind and Jai ICI? May you have a wonderful weekend. Jai Hind, Jai ICI, and it's a very happy World Environment Day. So may you plant 1 tree today. Thank you.
So Ashmita, we planted about about 7 trees between 2 of us this morning, but as a CA group, we planted about 90 trees.
Wow. This is
starting from
Sankarji.
7 in the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock in Dubai. Yeah. And thanks to the ICA Dubai chapter.
Great, sir. Great. Absolutely well. I think
Great,
oxygen is now
sir,
very
great.
important.
Keep it up.
Jai Hind, sir. Jai ICA.
Jai Hind, Jai ICA.